Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to switch them all the way on.
Yeah. You can. We're just gonna just do the adjustment because it's checking it on the. You're live on it.
I won't be here at 9:30.
No, it's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, don't worry. They will take over. No, yeah, you want this to be.
Yes.
This can be dark.
She's standing here.
Oh, okay, right. I think they will tell. Full. No.
Okay.
He knows what he's talking about.
I'm going to head over to my seat.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know if this is working well. Welcome everyone finally to your research day in 2025. Give yourselves a round of applause. You made it to today. Well done, guys. We know you put a lot of work into this, and I hope you enjoy it today. I know it's stressful, but I think enjoy it. It's like your one final day to celebrate all the work that you've done during the year. So we're officially going to open the program today, but I'm first just going to go through some housekeeping rules. Everybody, please make sure you put your phones on silent so that it doesn't disturb our sound. Thank you. And I'm just going to go through some of the presentation rules, but we will get the chair people to remind you as we go through. So as you know, you guys have 10 minutes to present. At 9 minutes, Mr. B is going to ring his bell. And then at 10 minutes, he's going to ring it twice, and that means you have to now stop your presentation. Thereafter, we're going to have a Q&A session for 5 minutes. The external examiners are going to ask you questions, and then we'll also take questions from the floor. And with that, also, I would like to welcome our external examiners. We have Dr. Evans from the University of Johannesburg and Dr. Naika from the University of Free State. Thank you for coming and leading us your expertise. Okay, and with that, I'd like to welcome our academic leader, Dr. Khan, and she's going to welcome us for the day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buthelezi. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Are we nice and awake and excited for today? Yes. So let's see, who do we have here? We have our faculty. Hello. We have our wonderful external examiners who've traveled all the way to Durban, but unfortunately we have bad weather. It's an anomaly. Please come back to Durban, right? We normally have very good weather, okay? But you can still enjoy, right? Durban is still very, very beautiful. We have our third years in the house, yes? They are just starting their research journey. They're writing up, what are they writing? Research concept papers at the moment, which are due today, Dr. B? Due on Monday. Good luck, guys. All the best to you. Work well. And we have our stars. Our fourth year students. So excited to have you guys here today. It's really exciting that we're able to have our undergraduate program, research program, during World Sight Month, right? So this is also part of our advocacy for optometry, right? So it's well-timed, Dr. B, well-timed. Thank you. So let me start my presentation. I've spoken a lot. Let's see. Weather in Durban. Shopping. Adidas. Adidas for hiking. Very good thing to do. Spend time in nature. Find the right price. Still looking at shoes. What was Dr. Khan up to? Really? Still looking at shoes. Testing it. Reading reviews about shoes. Gone back to shops. And the weather. Yeah, I was tired, typing so slowly. Does sunlight affect the eyes? Photokeratitis. Shopping again. Amazon. Common eye conditions. Shopping again, yes, that Terex looked really good. I wonder, do other people do this or is it only Dr. Khan? Dry eyes. Yes, I always come back to dry eyes. Recent advances in treating dry eye syndrome. Don't know why I thought about that in between shopping for Terex. Got the munchies, decided to see how to cook a Durban-style chicken curry. Went back to shoes. So, this, guys, does blue light create dry eyes? So, what's the common theme here, guys? What's the thread? What was I doing? Yes, I was really tired. Yes, I was shopping around. But if you really look at it, I was doing research. This is not academic research. So a lot of the fourth years, this week itself, have been extremely despondent and have been saying to me, we're never looking at research again. We're so tired. We have to do this thing over and over and over again. We sent the PowerPoint to our supervisor so many times. We sent the poster. We sent the manuscript, but they always have changes. And they send it back to us. We're done. We're not looking at research again. My point, guys, is that you're going to do research throughout your life. It may not necessarily be academic research, which is what you're going to present to us today. But you're going to be doing research in daily lives. And this process, this iterative process, and I'm going to quote here, okay, my PhD supervisor, our very own Prof. Hansraj, actually told me this. I was extremely despondent during my PhD studies because it was going up and down, that thesis, and Prof said to me, it is an iterative process. We must look at quality before we can submit. And that's exactly what I tell my postgraduates now. So yes, it's been going up and down many times over. I can't even count how many versions probably of the PowerPoints you guys have done. But during that process, you've built resilience. You've learned skills that you will take with you throughout your life, not just your career as an optometrist, but your life as a human being. That's why this course is so important. That's why this process of research is so important. And yes, we're very excited to hear you guys today. And already I'm going to say that I am extremely proud of you. I can say that already because I know the quality of work that our faculty expect, and they would not let you present here today if you didn't reach that bar. So already, well done, guys. And no matter what type of research you do in life, whether it is academic research, whether it's research to buy a shoe, research about where to live, research about which restaurant to go to, or which chicken curry to make, I wish you well. Use the skills that you've learned. Be courageous. Always be curious. I think that's so important. Be curious, guys. If you're not curious, you won't know. You won't want to find out what's going on. Don't accept the status quo. Go forth as researchers, no matter what we do. Good luck, everyone. So, as academic leader of the discipline of optometry, I hereby declare the 2025 Undergraduate Research Day open.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the lady with the biggest voice in the discipline. And I think the one who shouts the most, and the first person probably you met 4 years ago when you guys did first year. Okay, before we even start with today's research day, I want us to look back at a student that was sitting where you guys are sitting in 2012. She was a final year student who went under a lot of stress to make sure that she present. After that, she left. She went and worked in private practice. Something was still missing. She said, let me go back. She came back. She did her master's. And a few weeks ago, she graduated with her PhD. Let's say congratulations to Dr. Buthelezi. So that tells you guys that what you are doing now, it is a step to actually making sure that you're coming back to be our postgraduates, and also that's where we are planting the seed, that it's not only about going out there saving eyesight, it's also about coming back and equipping the next generation of optometrists. Congratulations to each and every staff member that contributed to this particular class of 2025. Before we start, I just want to remind a few people, a few house rules. I did say I'm Dr. Kabashi, right? Yeah. House rules, 9 minutes, Mr. B will clap to give you an idea that you need to round up. 10 minutes, it will be a double clap, you need to stop. And then after that, we will take 5 minutes for questions. We will start with the externals. If it happens that we finish the 5 minutes without taking the floor questions, please write them down and just pass it on to the group so that they can look at their work and see if it is something that they need to consider before they send their work to the external formance group. With that said, may I please request group 1 to come down. The first group is going to be presenting on an evaluation of the agreement and reliability of the spot checks and mass contrast sensitivity test. And the group members are Subrailu A, Mula A, Kosi L, Zulu L, and Hlongwane N. Come forward, group 1. While they are setting up, we're just gonna start and making sure that the third-years are aware that in exactly 365 days, they're gonna be here, standing in front of a house full of optometrists and undergrads that think they have an idea of what it takes to be an optometrist. And we're just waiting for 2 academic members to join us, and then we will start. Yeah. Okay, I think I'll just let the group start because we're going to be running out of time if you don't start on time. Go ahead, group 1.
Good morning. The title of our study is An Evaluation of the Agreement and Reliability of the Spot Checks and Mass Contrast Sensitivity Tests. Contrast refers to the difference in luminance between an object and its background. Contrast sensitivity, CS, is defined as a reciprocal of the minimum contrast for object perception. Reduced CS may impact activities of daily living, such as reading and navigation. High contrast visual acuity, VA, is routinely used to measure visual function. However, CS is a more useful measure as it has greater sensitivity in detecting early visual changes and monitoring progression of ocular diseases. There are several tests to measure CS, with recognition optotypes used in the Pele-Robson, Mars, and Lear CS tests, as well as detection optotypes used in the functional acuity contrast test, Hiding-Heidi, and the recently developed Spot Checks test. This test is designed for both in-office and at-home use. Few studies have reported on the intersession repeatability of the Spot Checks test, with only 1 study including participants with vision loss. Given that the Spot Checks test is developed for at-home self-monitoring, more research is needed to determine its intersession repeatability. Furthermore, most studies have reported on the agreement between the Spot Checks and Pele-Robson test, with limited attention to its agreement with the Mars test.
Therefore, the aim of this study is to evaluate the agreement and reliability of the Spot Checks and Mars CS tests. The objectives are to assess the agreement between the Spot Checks and Mars CS tests, to evaluate the intersession repeatability of the Spot Checks and Mars CS tests. Research question: what is the agreement and intersession repeatability between the Spot Checks and Mars CS tests? Table 1 shows studies that have reported on the agreement between the Pele-Robson and different CS tests. The mean difference range from 0 to 0.08 log CS in participants with healthy vision. Only 1 study, Dougherty et al., included participants with vision loss and noted higher mean differences and larger limits of agreement in these participants. Table 2 shows studies that have reported on intersession and take-home repeatability of different CS tests. The results showed consistent intersession repeatability for both Spot Checks and Pele-Robson CS tests. However, limitations were small sample sizes and that individuals with vision loss were not included.
This study used a quantitative design conducted at the UKZN Westville campus, involving individuals with healthy vision and vision loss, recruited using convenience sampling. The sample size was determined in consultation with the statistician using the formula shown. A minimum sample of 84 was calculated with proportional allocation of 2/3 healthy vision and 1/3 vision loss. Participants aged 18 to 39 with base-corrected VA of 612 and 0.8 m or better for distance and near respectively, without any systemic diseases, ocular conditions, trauma, and surgery were included in the healthy vision group. Participants with vision loss were aged 18 to 39 with base-corrected VA less than 612 with existing ocular or systemic conditions causing vision loss. Screening procedures included case history, distance and near VA, objective and subjective refraction, and ophthalmoscopy. In session 1, both CS tests were performed twice with alternation between each administration. Session 2 was conducted within 4 weeks, where both CS tests were administered once. Different versions of the 2 CS tests were administered in both visits to prevent memorization.
All tests were conducted under standardized conditions and according to the manufacturer's user manual. 2 examiners administered the CS test during both visits, while 2 other examiners scored them independently. A pilot study was conducted. Both the mass and the spot check CS test have been used previously. Data were entered and analyzed using the SPSS. Descriptive and reliability statistics together with the blunt altman were used. P-values less than or equal to 0.05 were considered statistically significant. Gatekeeper permission and ethical approval were obtained. All participants provided written informed consent and participation was voluntary. Data will be kept confidential, anonymized, secured solely, and destroyed after 5 years.
Table 5 shows demographic and clinical characteristics in a healthy vision and vision loss groups. There were more males in both groups. In the vision loss group, participants were slightly older and as expected as poorer VA. Figure 1 shows the box plots for the spot check CS measurement in 2 sessions for both groups. In the vision loss group, the median CS measurement was same at 1.00 log CS in both sessions. The same was noted in healthy vision group with a median of 1.90 log CS in both sessions. Overall, there was a greater variability in CS measurement for vision loss group than healthy vision group. Figure 2 shows the box plots for the mass CS measurement for both groups in 2 sessions. In the vision loss group, the median CS measurement was 1.24 log CS in both sessions. For healthy vision group, the CS measurement were approximately 1.82 log CS. Again, there was a greater variability in CS measurement in the vision loss group. Table 6 shows repeatability data for CS measurement in 2 groups. Overall, spot checks and mass were repeatable in both groups. However, in the vision loss group, the ICC value were higher and the SW and COR were lower, indicating better repeatability for both tests. Figure 3 shows the blend element plots for the agreement between CS tests in both groups for session 1. In the vision loss group, the mean difference was higher with the wide limit of agreement. Figure 4 shows the blend element plots in 2 groups for session 2. Again, the mean difference was higher in vision loss group with a larger limit of agreement.
Overall, both tests showed good repeatability in the 2 groups. This is consistent with previous studies which used the spot checks in healthy individuals and the MARS in healthy individuals and those with vision loss. The COR values in both tests were similar to 1 step in the Paley-Robson test, indicating that differences have limited clinical significance. Given that the spot checks and MARS CS test use different test tasks and log increments, this accounts for the findings regarding agreement. In the healthy vision group, the mean differences in this study is slightly higher than other studies, possibly due to different scoring methods of the Paley-Robson test. In the vision loss group, the larger mean differences and wider limits of agreement may be attributed to their poorer visual performance.
Strengths included multiple versions of CS tests, larger sample size, and various ocular conditions. Limitations included limited age range, did not assess entire CS function, and no evaluation of at-home and intra-session repeatability. Therefore, we recommend that future studies should consider this. This study demonstrates that the spot checks and MARS have excellent intersession repeatability and good agreement in adults with healthy vision and vision loss. The spot checks and MARS tests may be a useful alternate to the Pelly-Robson test. Thank you. These are our references.
They've set the tone, guys. Not even the 9 minutes. They were like, we're doing this under 9. Okay, I will open the floor to the external, Dr. Evans and Dr. Naika. Any of you can go ahead and ask them.
One question I have, so you've been looking at the agreement with new contrasensitivity tests. What do those two contrasensitivity tests look like?
So we have two versions of the sport checks test, one for low vision participants and the other one, it is a standard version, which means it can be used in normally sighted individuals.
Okay, so. if
And
I'm
then
looking
the
at
MARS
that,
test.
It's a chart. Okay. So which one is that?
Okay, the first one with the spots or the blobs, it is the sport checks CS test, and the one below is the MARS CS test.
Ah, okay.
Students, thank you for your presentation. I have one question regarding the cost of these instruments. Have you looked at the cost? Okay, you can go ahead.
So we did look at the costs for this test. With the spot checks, they are both from America, so we had to order them. And the cost is actually cheaper for the spot checks compared to the MARS test. And the Pelly-Robson. So it's much more affordable, and it comes with multiple versions. So there's 12 versions from A to L. Therefore, and it's a disposable test compared to normal contrast sensitivity tests where you constantly have to use it. Therefore, the contrast sensitivity is much more stable because you just use a test and thereafter dispose of it. And the increments of the spot checks is much more smaller compared to general or other CS tests because it moves in 0.01 log CS steps.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, externals. Any questions from the floor? We encourage third years also to participate, and we still have like 2 minutes. We will open the floor for any questions. Left, center, right? Okay. Prof. Hansraj, thank you.
Thank you. An excellent study and presentation. I may have missed it. I just want to know, when you compared the actual contrast sensitivity that the spot checks measured versus that measured by the MARS, were they comparable? Were they giving you the same value? Or was that part of your study?
Thank you for the question. That was part of our study, and what we noticed with the agreement, so how they compare to each other, they actually had good agreement with each other. And the repeatability for both tests had excellent agreement.
Just to follow on that, would you have expected there to be a difference, or were you expecting them to be the same?
We were expecting a difference between the agreement, reason being there was different testing conditions and as well as the chart having different optotypes as well. So we did expect the agreement not to be at 0, so where there was no difference. We expected a slight difference, which was expected and followed in other studies as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Prof. Munsami, that would be our last question for this group. Thanks.
Well done, guys. I'm very proud as an undergrad group. Your work looks no different to master's and PhD students, and your methodology looks quite sharp. So congratulations on that. It's very, very nice to know that we're producing this level of work at an undergrad level. I'm just thinking, because I came in a bit late and I may have missed this, you had a broader standard deviation or an interquartile range on your visual impairment group. Would that have reduced if your VA was closer to 6.6, or was that larger because your VA was weaker, like significantly weaker? I don't know how weak your VA was for that group. I didn't see it.
Thank you for that question. So we did actually analyze the VA, and what we noticed that the box plots and the whiskers themselves was much more smaller in the healthy vision group because the VA was much more stabilized, and we noticed that larger variability because the vision loss may be the reason causing that whiskers and differentiations because of different ocular pathologies causing it.
So when you're writing up your report, please try and speak to that aspect of it.
Thank you very much, Group 1, you're done. Thank you. Okay, the next group is going to be Kowa P, Khan Z, Mavuso N, Vauda S, Zibani N, and they are presenting on evaluation of the accuracy of a low-cost portable device, click check for refractive error estimation. Welcome, Group 2.
Good morning. Today my group and I will be presenting our research on the evaluation of the accuracy of a low-cost portable device called ClickCheck for refractive error estimation. Globally, there are around 2.2 billion people affected by near or distant visual impairment. Vision impairment is either untreated or could have been avoided in at least 1 billion of these cases. The prevalence of blindness in South Africa is 0.9%, with glaucoma, cataracts, and refractive errors as leading causes. Refractive error accounts for 38% of such cases. Enhancing strategies for screening and correcting refractive errors could greatly reduce global vision impairment and its socio-economic impact. Numerous therapies can be employed to correct or manage eye conditions, including spectacles, contact lenses, surgery, and other specialized treatments. Spectacle correction remains the most cost-effective method. However, the use of eyeglasses is severely limited by the lack of qualified experts and restricted access to eye care, especially in low-income areas of South Africa. Autorefractors, keratometers, and retinoscopes are reliable tools that are used widely by eye care professionals for refractive measurements. However, there are limitations due to high costs and lack of portability, especially in rural areas. An affordable, portable, and user-friendly device could improve access to refractive error assessments in resource-limited settings. A lightweight plastic device developed by SLO International called ClickCheck claims to offer a simple solution by using a dial on a tube to estimate the patient's refractive error. Refractive error is a global concern contributing to visual impairment and decreased quality of life. However, access to comprehensive eye care services is limited in many low-resource settings due to high costs, lack of infrastructure, and portability. The majority of the population in South Africa does not have access to adequate eye care, which leads to uncorrected refractive error. The development of a low-cost portable refractive error estimation device such as ClickCheck offers a potential approach to address these challenges. However, the clinical accuracy and reliability of such devices needs to be evaluated. The research question for this study is how accurate is the portable low-cost instrument for estimating refractive error compared to conventional clinical techniques. This study aims to assess the accuracy of the ClickCheck device in estimating refractive errors by comparing its performance to the standard practice of autorefractor and subjective refraction. The objectives of this study are to determine the inter-rater reliability and level of agreement between the spherical power, cylindrical correction, and VA measurements performed using correction from the three techniques, and to evaluate the practicality of the ClickCheck device.
Our study design was quantitative, non-experimental, and cross-sectional, taking place at the UKZN eye clinic with a sample population of its attendees. The sample size of 56 was calculated using the two population mean formula as shown. For 80% power, the sample size was increased by 10% to 62 to account for dropouts. The study tools used were an LVRC logma chart, trial case, ophthalmoscope, slit lamp, autorefractor, and ClickCheck. The ClickCheck device was designed by Essilor, first manufactured in 2019, and claims to have an expected lifetime of 10 years. The test is done monocularly with an embedded eye chart that has axis lines. It determines refractive errors ranging from -11 diopters to +8 diopters in -050 diopter steps. For astigmatic estimation, the most blurred line determined the axis. Study procedure. After consent was obtained, case history and screening was conducted to ensure that the participants met the inclusion criteria. Thereafter, autorefraction followed non-sequentially by ClickCheck, and subjective refraction was done. Visual acuity was measured at each station. Subsequently, the participant was asked to evaluate on the difficulty and usability of the device. Table 1 shows our inclusion and exclusion criteria for the study. Validity. A pilot study was conducted prior to data collection. We ensured a randomized order of the refractive stations to minimize bias and used LVRC logma charts for subjective refraction. Reliability. Each researcher was responsible for one station. Additionally, 3 measurements were taken and an average was recorded. The data was captured and analyzed using SPS version 30 with descriptive and inferential statistics. A p-value of less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. Ethical clearance and gatekeeper permission was obtained from BREC, the academic leader, and the manufacturer of ClickCheck. Participation in the study was entirely voluntary and withdrawal was allowed. Confidentiality and anonymity were maintained. Data will be stored for a minimum of 5 years.
The results for the right eye. 70 participants were recruited and only 64 were included, with a mean age of 19.8 years. The majority of the participants were females of black ethnicity. Table 2 shows the mean spherical correction values obtained using autorefraction, subjective refraction, ClickCheck refraction, and subjective after ClickCheck refraction. The mean spherical correction using ClickCheck was high compared to the other methods. The intra-class correlation coefficient was high across all 3 methods. Furthermore, there was no statistical significance between the 3 methods. Table 3 shows the mean cylindrical correction and axis using the 3 different methods. The intra-class correlation coefficient values were poor across all 3 methods for both cylindrical correction and axis. There was no statistical significance across the 3 methods. Table 4 shows the logma VA obtained after each method. Autorefraction, subjective refraction, and ClickCheck subjective measured similar VAs, whereas ClickCheck refraction measured poor VA. The results were statistically insignificant. Figure 1 shows the classification of refractive error using the autorefractor, which detected 31% of the participants as low myopes with low astigmatism and 20% as low spherical myopes compared to ClickCheck. Figure 2 shows that 47% of the participants were detected as low spherical myopes and 12% as low myopes with low astigmatism using ClickCheck. The majority of the participants reported that the device was easy to navigate, they found the instructions clear, felt confident and comfortable while using it, and appreciated its portability and safety.
Discussion. The study aims to evaluate the accuracy of the ClickCheck device, and it revealed that overall there were more females compared to males, and black participants outnumbered those of Indian and mixed race backgrounds. Similar results were reported in previous studies conducted in the same eye clinic. The study reveals similar findings between spherical correction measurements using ClickCheck refraction and the gold standard subjective refraction. These results suggest that the ClickCheck device can reliably estimate spherical refractive error within the range of the instrument. Similar results were noted in the previous study by Joseph et al. On cylindrical correction and axis expert, the ClickCheck revealed a significant limitation in detecting the power and the axis of the cylinder compared to subjective refraction and autorefraction. This is mainly because the ClickCheck does not give you a quantifying measure for cylindrical power and the exact axis, which supports findings from the previous study. Similar axis values between autorefraction and subjective refraction were noted. However, ClickCheck refraction and ClickCheck subjective refraction deviated by approximately 7 to 10 degrees, which was statistically insignificant but may be clinically significant in the management of astigmatism. The patient's visual acuity after the ClickCheck refraction was still poor when compared to the visual acuities after subjective refraction and autorefraction, suggesting that the VA derived from ClickCheck refraction was inconsistent and poorly aligned with both autorefraction and subjective refraction. This is clinically significant as it highlights the importance of subjective refraction reflection before prescribing when using screening tools and cautions against relying solely on such tools. With regards to ametropic classification across 3 measurement techniques based on Borish, the ClickCheck device detected more moderate and high myopia than auto-refraction and subjective refraction. This could be due to the fact that the ClickCheck tool is based on the Badal optometry principle, which is influenced by proximal accommodation and is biased to instrument myopia. However, ClickCheck failed to identify any cases of low and moderate hyperopia with low astigmatism as well as low hyperopia with moderate astigmatism, all of which were detected by the other 2 methods. Overall, while the ClickCheck device shows promise as a screening tool, it currently lacks accuracy in estimating the full spectrum of refractive errors. Furthermore, the patients were asked about the practicality of the ClickCheck device, and the majority reported a positive overall experience with the device.
The study revealed that ClickCheck is good in detecting spherical correction of its range. However, it is not accurate in detecting cylindrical power and axis compared to auto-refraction and subjective refraction. It also has poor VAs when compared to the 2 methods. The device tended to overestimate myopia. It was found to be safe, easy to handle, and used by the participants. ClickCheck can be used as a refractive error estimator in situations where there is no power to use auto-refractor or charge retinoscope. Retinoscope and subjective refraction still remain as the gold standard for prescribing. Limitation of the study. The sample size was small with uneven age and refractive error distribution, limiting how widely the results can be applied. Recommendations. There is a need to improve cylindrical detection and widen the axis range to better capture astigmatism. The device should be adjusted to compensate for its tendency to overestimate myopia. This tool should not be used to dispense prescription directly, but rather as an aid for estimating refractive error. With these refinements, ClickCheck could serve as a valuable support tool, but not a replacement for full clinical refraction. These are our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 2. We will take the questions from the floor. Just one while the external, I can see they're still busy with writing. Can I take one question from the floor? Can't see. Okay. Sandra, go ahead.
Okay. I just had a question. I think you said that your study had more low myopes, and therefore the spot check test, not a spot check, the device has a tendency to overestimate myopia. Do you think in high myopes it'll have the same tendency to overestimate myopia, or will it be more accurate since the myopia will be high in those people?
Thank you for your question. So in regards to overestimating myopia, the device, during the results, the device did miss low hyperopes and medium hyperopes with low astigmatism. So it converted those participants to myopes. However, on high myopia, the conclusion that is overestimated is still the same. Thank you.
Okay, we will go back to the external. Dr. Naika?
Yes, thank you, students. I have a question about your study population. Were any of the patients cyclopleged? I'm not sure, I missed that when they were assessed for their refractive error.
Thank you for your question. They weren't cyclopleged. Also because it's a near target, so like they would have to be able to see it. If they're cyclopleged, they won't be able to see the target in the ClickCheck.
So then were their accommodative ability checked before the test, the ClickCheck was used?
No, it was not checked.
Okay. And tell me again, in terms of how this actually works, they have one eye closed?
Yes.
Okay. And it's used individually between?
Yes.
Okay. So after this instrument is used, you said it's used as an estimate, or was that your conclusion? It's only used to estimate refractive error and it's not a diagnostic tool. Is that what you were saying?
Yes. Because of its tendency to overestimate myopia, we concluded that it's not accurate enough to screen. It's not as accurate as an autorefractor.
Okay. I noticed that there was one sentence where you said it's used for estimation and not screening.
Yes, so we wouldn't say it would screen because it's detecting like low hyperopes as myopes, and then we wouldn't use it for screening because it's not going to give you the correct classification of ametropia.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, to add to that,
Yes,
the
go
device also has poor cylindrical correction, and the astigmatic axis, it only detects it per 15 degrees as well. So because of those two factors, it cannot be used to dispense spectacles. It's only accurate on the spherical correction.
Sphere. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Dr. Evans, any question? Nika, sorry.
And Evans. Well done, students. That's actually very interesting. Is it possible for me to have a look at the instrument, please? And for astigmatism, when you're looking to see if there's a particular line that's very interesting. That device is very interesting and very simple in concept. I think that's lovely. Did you work out any correlations between the autorefractor readings and the click check readings?
Yes, we did.
Ah, RCC. That's not bad. Okay, now when you were showing it to me, you said I need to go back 2 clicks.
Yes.
Is that because your participants were accommodating?
So on the instruction for the usage of the device, once the participant gets their spherical correction, it's most clear to them, we go +1 diopter above that. Then you ask them to determine which axis line is most blurred. To determine the astigmatic axis and if they have a cylinder value. It can either be greater than 1 diopter or less than 1 diopter. The device doesn't give an actual quantitative value.
Okay. And in terms of accuracy, you're comparing.
So on the study, we compared click check to autorefractor and click check to subjective refraction and click check to click check subjective.
Okay, so yeah, I see it's giving about -0.4 more. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you still have time? Okay, can I take one question from the floor? Mr. Ngumalo.
Okay. Morning, students. Very interesting study. My question is with regard, maybe it's the issue of terminology, I'm not sure. The device is marketed as a screening tool. That's how it's marketed. However, your recommendation is that because of issues with accuracy, you recommend that it's used more as a refractive error estimation, not screening. What's the difference? And within the system, health system, where you're saying look for screening, underserved areas where there's not enough resources and all of that, where would you recommend this should be? Should it be at a community level where the screening happens, or because it's not for screenings for refractive error estimation, it should now be at a level where it's going to be used by health professionals at the hospital level and all of that? As I'm saying, maybe it's just the issue of terminology. The refractive error estimation versus screening, I think that would probably help that understanding. Thank you.
So because it can accurately assess the spherical power, we think that it can estimate it, but we wouldn't say you can use it as a screening tool because of its lack of detecting cylindrical power. Also, it's fairly new, and when we spoke to SLO recently, they mentioned that they're still modifying it. So these type of studies will give them like recommendations on how to adjust it before it can be out there in the sector. And it's you asked where we would use it, where there's no power, because autorefractors and retinoscopes need power, need to be charged, and it's the first device that does not need power.
And also to add on the type of people that it can be used on, so it can be used by nurses because it's quite an easy tool to actually learn how to use it. It doesn't necessarily need to be professionals who use it, so it's easy to teach it to even the nurses or just people that are helping in that clinic.
Okay, thank you, Group 2. We will move on to the next group. You can take your seat. Thank you. Group 3 is going to be presenting on the knowledge and perceptions of optometrists on National Health Insurance, NHI, and the members of the group are Dora Z, Matenjo T, Mjadu D, Mlojwa S, and Pesat J. Group 3, come forth.
Good day, everyone. My research group and I will be presenting our research study titled Assessing Knowledge, Perception and Awareness of Optometrists on the NHI, a Pilot Study. The National Health Insurance, or NHI, is South Africa's version of universal health coverage. It is a part of a global initiative driven by the World Health Organization to ensure that everyone has access to equitable and quality healthcare. NHI was conceptualized in 2011 for implementation for 2026, later revised at SONA 2025. Additionally, NHI seeks to narrow the wide gap between public and private sectors. It focuses on improving access to affordable and quality healthcare. On the African continent, countries such as Rwanda and Ghana have already made notable progress in implementing universal health coverage, and South Africa is working to follow suit. For success, however, the NHI must be supported by a strong and efficient primary healthcare system, one that is well-resourced, adequately staffed, and capable of meeting the needs of the community. Within this framework, eye care is a vital component of primary healthcare, yet barriers such as socioeconomic inequalities and low service uptake continue to hinder access. Untreated vision problems impact education, employment opportunities, social participation, and overall quality of life. This highlights the importance of integrating optometry services into NHI. Optometrists are the primary eye health professionals, and as such, they must be knowledgeable about NHI, understand its implementation, and recognize their role within it. Because most optometrists in South Africa are currently practicing in the private sector, where medical aid reimbursements form a significant part of their income, it is also important for them to know and consider how NHI could affect the sustainability of their practices. While there have been studies exploring the perceptions of other healthcare professionals on NHI, little research has focused on optometry. Our problem statement is, NHI is scheduled to be implemented next year. Considering the general uncertainty in South Africa, optometrists also form part of this uncertain population. The understanding of NHI is pivotal for optometrists as it impacts their acceptance of it, affects their implementation in their private sector, in their practice settings, and informs private practice sustainability. Knowledge, perceptions, and awareness would allay fears of the unknown, improve integration of NHI into the health system. Our research question is, what is South African optometrists' knowledge, perception, and awareness of NHI? Our aim is to evaluate optometrists' knowledge, perceptions, and awareness of the NHI system, and our objectives is to assess optometrists' knowledge of NHI, to investigate optometrists' perceptions of NHI, and to understand optometrists' awareness of NHI.
The pilot study used a descriptive, quantitative, and a cross-sectional design. Data was collected using a structured closed-ended questionnaire. It was conducted among practicing optometry within South Africa registered with HPCSA. The minimum sample size for the pilot study was based on the calculated sample size of 453. A random sampling technique was employed to select participants to ensure a comprehensive response. In this study, we excluded optometrists who are not registered with HPCSA, as well as those working solely in academia within NGOs. As we developed our own tool, we'll be reporting on the pilot study conducted. A close-ended 3-point Likert scale questionnaire with category agree, neutral, and disagree was developed using questions from previous studies. Content was reorganized and modified to suit the optometry context and field. The 74-item questionnaire comprised 4 sections, which include demographic information, knowledge, perception, and awareness of optometrists on NHI. The questionnaire was converted to an online survey which was distributed through Optometry social media group and South African Optometry Association over a 2-month period from July to August 2025. Data was captured and downloaded into MXR spreadsheet. Thereafter, data were cleaned and coded in preparation for analysis. The Likert scale responses were condensed to elicit binary responses. Participants who correctly answered a minimum of 70% of the question were considered to have adequate knowledge, perception, and awareness of NHI. Internal consistency of the questionnaire subscale was assessed using Cronberg alpha. Each subscale alpha coefficient was calculated to determine reliability. A Cronberg alpha score of 0.7 to 0.9 is considered acceptable, indicating good reliability of the tool. Data were analyzed on our software for chi-square and association analysis, where significance was at p less than 0.05. Ethical approval was sought from UKZN prior to conducting the study. Informed consent was obtained from all participants, ensuring that participation was voluntary, responses remained anonymous and confidentially, and data was used strictly for research purposes, and were only accessible to the researcher through a password-protected computer.
The majority of participants were female, African, and under the age of 40. Most were optometrists with diagnostic privileges. More than 10 years of clinical experience was common, with the majority practicing full-time in full-scope settings. Knowledge analysis showed that 85.71% of respondents scored not good. Our survey instrument demonstrated excellent reliability with a Cronberg alpha score of 0.910, and the results reached statistical significance with a p-value of 0.049. Knowledge statements confirmed that participants know what NHI is, but had poor knowledge of other details. Chi-square tests showed heterogeneous knowledge levels with no strong demographic predictors, albeit there was better consensus on NHI facts rather than impact on healthcare. A paradoxical experience effect was found where young participants with minimal experience had better knowledge than their older counterparts. Perception analysis showed overwhelming skepticism with 95.24% of respondents expressed a not positive view on NHI. Our perception measures show acceptable internal consistency with a Cronberg alpha score of 0.708 and reached statistical significance with a p-value of 0.017. Perceptions affirmed the discharge in funds management and administration by the government. All perceptions results showed homogeneous outputs with perceptions were generally negative. Optical benefits perceived to be insufficient compared to current rates, and perceptions were not positive on eye health. Awareness showed 87% of practitioners reported no awareness on essential NHI details. The awareness measure demonstrated acceptable reliability with a Cronberg alpha score of 0.708 and a highly significant p-value of 0.02. Awareness on the NHI service package, optometrist role, and patient referral system was significantly poor. All awareness results showed homogeneous agreements with awareness was clearly poor in all statements. Optometrists are not aware of their role or remuneration for services under the NHI. Kruskal-Wallis analysis showed a significant association between 3 categories: knowledge perception awareness. Responses in the knowledge perception awareness were different in each category, especially in statements pertaining to the implementation of NHI and the role of the optometrist. In practice, this means that someone who knows that the NHI is scheduled for implementation in 2027 probably has negative perceptions about it and no awareness of how it will be implemented. Knowledge and perception has significant association with the chi-squared analysis and a significance level of P less than 0.05. Respondents who knew how eye care provided under the NHI did not believe that it was necessary intervention that would improve access to eye care and optometry. Significant association between knowledge and awareness showed that very few participants who knew how eye care would be provided under the NHI system were also aware of the framework details, had an awareness of the optometrist's role in the NHI, and had a good awareness of the NHI referral system that would ultimately send patients to optometrists. Significant association between perception and awareness showed that most participants had negative perceptions about NHI working well. Similarly, these participants also had poor awareness of optometrist's role within the system, poor awareness of the remuneration and service packages, and poor awareness on how to be implemented.
The demographics in our study aligned with national statistics from Stats SA, and the level of university training has remained consistent since 2002. Our finding of poor knowledge among optometrists was similar to a study by Murphy et al., where family physicians also showed limited knowledge and skepticism about the NHI, largely due to concern about corruption in government structures. In contrast, a study by Gaqavu et al. Reported that general professionals in South Africa demonstrated good knowledge and positive perceptions, believing that the NHI will benefit both patients and the providers. In our study, optometrists expressed negative perception of NHI, which was consistent with findings from Fraina et al. on pharmacists, who feared that the country's economy could not sustain the system and that it might worsen healthcare inequalities. On the other hand, Musa et al. Found that some general professionals had positive perceptions with a clear understanding of their role in the UST framework. Similarly, most optometrists in our study show poor awareness of the NHI, aligning with a study by Mabuza et al. On healthcare professionals, who also reported limited awareness and uncertainty about their role in the system. However, Alabi et al. Found that nurses, doctors, and radiographers had more positive awareness, believing that the NHI will increase staffing levels and improve healthcare delivery across the country. Overall, optometrists in our study generally had negative views of the NHI. Many feared that they may not be able to sustain their practices under the system. They raised concern about medical aid payments, and they were uncertain about patient entry points, particularly regarding referrals and the sharing of patients between public and private sectors.
One of the main strengths of this study is its timeliness and relevance to the current discourse surrounding national health insurance or NHI policy. A significant challenge we encountered was survey exhaustion among participants. In conclusion, our findings suggest that many optometrists in South Africa lack clarity, understanding, and confidence regarding to the implementation of the NHI. There are serious concerns among professionals about the state's level of preparedness as well as issues related to governance and financial management. It is clear that targeted engagement is required to reduce skepticism that will remain a major barrier to successful implementation. Recommendations include broadening scope of research to include both public and private sector optometrists across the country to ensure balanced representation from both urban and rural areas. Additionally, comparing optometrists with other eye care professionals could help identify profession-specific barriers, providing a more holistic understanding of how to support successful integration of eye care into NHI framework. So these are our references, and thank you.
Thank you, Group 3, for a wonderful presentation. I will open questions from the floor while our externals are still writing some notes down. Okay, I have noted welcome to all our DCTP supervisors that are actually part of our program coming from the different sides. We acknowledge your presence and thank you for joining us today. So I'm going to start with Mr. Beki Zenzo, and after that it's Ms. Madlala before we go to our external. Yes, Mr. Beki.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just want to check on your data collection whether you included every optometrist or you only included the ones that are within the district that piloting NHI. Thank you.
We included everyone from South Africa. In our protocol, it was advised to us that we should broaden the scope of our study. So we decided to take the route of piloting it amongst the entire South African optometry population.
Okay. Ms. Madlala?
Thank you. Thank you so much for an amazing presentation. I just want to check, based on your findings, right, what would you recommend then for the policymakers to ensure that optometrists are effectively included in the NHI?
So I think that was the main significance of our study. From what we have read and what we've interacted with, the policymakers of NHI have not yet even considered the optometrist's role in NHI, and it's really important because we're the primary eye care practitioners. So it's not so much of what we can tell them, but what we can show with our study, the perceptions and the awareness of what currently exists. And it's just to, I think, put into light that this is a necessary policy to include optometrists in, and take it from there in terms of drafting up the frameworks for eye care as a whole.
Just a follow-up question. You mentioned that most of the participants, they were female. Any significance on that? Or the reasons behind the fact that they only the female?
There was no significance due to the fact that from Stats SA, it shows that a majority of South African optometrists, even on the HBSA register, are female practicing optometrists, so it aligned with our findings.
Okay, I will open the floor to our external, Dr. Naika and Dr. Evans. Thereafter, Urisa, we will follow after them. Thanks. I didn't see you, sorry.
Students, thank you for that unique study topic. I have a question regarding the study population. Was it, your sample size was 63?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you look at the years of practice that these participants were? Or what were their years of practice for your population?
Yes, in our demographic, we
Yes.
included that as a question as well too.
And what, did you look at any trends with regards to maybe those that were in practice maybe for a few years compared to those that were for a much longer time? Did they have difference in knowledge and perception?
Yeah. Yes, they did. Those practicing that were younger and practicing for less time, they had a better knowledge of NHI. And those practicing for a longer time and older, they had a slightly reduced knowledge of NHI. It showed a paradoxical effect between the findings that we found.
Okay, thank you. I have just a follow-up question. It's just regarding your questionnaire. It was a new one. It's a new tool you developed. Okay, congratulations on that. Before you did your reliability testing, did you validate your question?
Yes, we did.
Okay. What methods of validation did you use?
We piloted it in our internal clinic with our preceptors and lecturers.
Okay, so it was a face validity.
Yes, face
okay. Thank you.
Okay, any question, Dr. Evans, or should we move? Okay.
Quick question. I picked up that you put your significance level at 70%, which is unusual. What was the reason behind that?
We put it at 70% due to the fact that it was a new study, so we tried to get as much significance as we could out of the study in order to choose our reduced time frame as well. We tried to see as much significance as we could get from the study.
Okay. Urisa and then Dr. Kavinda.
Thank you very much. Well done to the students on your study and on your presentation. I know this is not a direct, it's more an outcome and an associated secondary thing, but were you at all able to identify which stakeholders, excuse me, would need to be consulted in order for there to be interaction between policymakers and implementers and the optometry profession? Because you did say that, thank you, you did say that there was no interaction between the policymakers and the optometric profession. So I want to know on what basis, where's the evidence for that?
Thank you for your question. No, we didn't, while we were conducting the study, we didn't interact with the specific stakeholder, but we believe that's the next step to addressing the results that we found within our study. So that's the next step.
So, sorry, just quick words. So you don't know. So you need to first check what the level of interaction is before you can suggest what the next step is. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Dr. Kavenda. Dr. Kavenda will be the last question when we're taking for this group, and then we move on. If you have any inputs, please keep and have a chat with them after or during the break. Thanks.
Thank you, students, on a very relevant presentation. I just had a quick question about your exclusion criteria. What was your rationale for excluding NGO sector, optometrists, as well as academics?
Thank you for your question. So our study, a large part of our study in our perception questionnaire is focused around the remuneration and the, in terms of the financial aspect of optometrists and their perceptions on it. We excluded academics and NGOs because that are solely in academics, that means they're not practicing in private sector, because they get their remuneration from the academia and other sources from the NGOs. We also noted that they form a very small percentage of our population in optometrists. So if we are evaluating the financial aspects of NHI and optometrists' awareness of it, that's why we sought to exclude them, because they don't get their remuneration from private practice.
Okay, so just a comment. Should you then not reflect that you're looking at it from a private practice perspective rather than optometrists in general? Just a note, perhaps maybe in your topic or however you write it up, that's the focus and not anything else.
Thank you. We'll take that into consideration.
Thank you very much. Group 3, you may have a seat. We'll move on. This way. Okay, the next group will be our last group for this session. Then we will break. Then I will guide you after as to where we're going to go for the tea. The next group is presenting on the effect of the menstrual cycle on the central corneal thickness, CCT, and it's presented by Kaula A, Makanya A, Mula B, Mudli S, Mkwanazi G, and Valley R, Group 4.
Good morning to all. Today we will be presenting our research titled The Effect of the Menstrual Cycle on Central Corneal Thickness. The cornea is a transparent avascular structure essential for refraction and the preservation of visual function. Hormonal fluctuations during the menstrual cycle, pregnancy, and menopause can alter central corneal thickness by affecting corneal hydration and tear film stability. Research has shown a link between estrogen levels and corneal thickness, which leads to cyclical variations. However, the extent and implications of these variations remain inconclusive.
The cornea is composed of 5 layers, with stroma accounting for 90% of its thickness. Precise regulation of hydration, collagen organization, and endothelial pump activity is vital in maintaining transparency and resistance to swelling. Central corneal thickness is a key determinant of corneal structure and function, playing an important role in intraocular pressure assessment, diagnosis, and refractive surgery outcomes. Physiological and hormonal fluctuations can alter corneal thickness. The menstrual cycle, consisting of menstruation, follicular phase, ovulation, and luteal phase, involves fluctuating hormone levels where increased oxygen raises corneal hydration and central corneal thickness, while progesterone counteracts this effect. However, reported results are inconsistent due to complex hormonal interplay, and further research is needed to clarify this variation and improve the accuracy of clinical evaluations. These tables show different studies that were conducted to measure central corneal thickness through different phases of menstrual cycle. Studies by Weiss et al., Mishra et al., and Gavaroke et al. Found the cornea to be thickest during ovulation, that is day 13 to 15. This is in contrast with a study by Gaffrey et al., who find the cornea to be thicker during ovulation, but thickest at the end of the menstrual cycle, that is luteal phase. Previous studies have reported variable results on hormonal effects on central corneal thickness, and limited data exist in African population. This gap creates an opportunity for further research to aid in clinical decision-making, enhance patient care, and visual health outcomes.
The aim of the study was to evaluate changes in the corneal thickness during different phases of the menstrual cycle, with the objective of assessing central corneal thickness during different phases of the menstrual cycle using pachymetry. The alternative hypothesis was that variations in central corneal thickness will be observed during the different phases of the menstrual cycle, and the null hypothesis was that no variations in central corneal thickness will be observed across the different phases of the menstrual cycle. This study employed a quantitative approach and was conducted at the UKZN Optometry Clinic. The study population comprised of UKZN undergraduate females between the ages of 18 and 30 years. A sample size of 34 was used. The inclusion criteria for this study was females aged between 18 and 30 with regular menstrual cycles. All races were included, and a baseline CCT of 490 to 600 microns.
A comprehensive medical and menstrual history was obtained for each participant. The cornea was assessed using a slit lamp, a corneal topographer, while a fundus camera was used to examine the posterior segment of the eye for any pathology. The tear film was assessed and the OSDI questionnaire was administered. The menstrual cycle was tracked using the Flow app together with printed calendars to improve accuracy. Corneal thickness was measured using the OCT during 3 phases of the cycle, and this was repeated over 2 menstrual cycles to identify consistent trends. Each participant was identified using a unique code to ensure anonymity and confidentiality. Original documents will be securely stored for a minimum of 5 years, after which they will be discarded. Data was analyzed using the SPSS version 28, a one-way ANOVA, and a mixed model effect was applied to assess hormonal and corneal thickness across different phases. All tests were two-sided, with a p-value of less than 0.05 being statistically significant.
A total of 36 female participants were initially recruited for the study. Following the application of inclusion and exclusion criteria, 2 participants were excluded, resulting in a final sample size of 34. Central corneal thickness measurements were successfully obtained for 68 eyes using optical coherence tomography. The majority of participants were of African descent, followed by Indian descent and white descent. Analysis of CCT across the menstrual cycle revealed measurable variation between phases. The mean CCT during ovulation was 521.5 micrometers, representing the thickest corneal measurements observed. During menstruation, the mean CCT decreased to 510.4 micrometers, while during the luteal phase, the mean CCT measurements were 513.8 micrometers. Statistically, differences across the phases were significant, with a p-value of 0.049. These findings indicate that hormonal fluctuations during the cycle are associated with measurable changes in corneal thickness. Subgroup analysis by ethnicity further demonstrated variation in CCT. Participants of Indian descent exhibited significantly greater mean CCT values compared to participants of African descent. Due to the small number of participants in the white subgroup, no reliable statistical comparison could be made for this group. Overall, the results confirm that central corneal thickness demonstrates statistically significant variation across menstrual phases, with the possibility of additional differences between ethnic groups. This study ensured reliability by using standard optometric techniques and conducting CCT measurements across the 3 phases over 2 menstrual cycles. The study maintained validity by consistently checking menstrual cycle with the same app and using OCT for accurate measurements. Ethical approval was obtained from BRAC at UKZN, and informed consent was obtained prior to participation. Records were anonymized, and participants were assigned codes to maintain anonymity and confidentiality.
This study found that the central corneal thickness varies with the menstrual cycle.
It revealed that the cornea was the thickest during ovulation and thinner during menstruation and the luteal phase. These results were consistent with several other studies such as the Mishra et al. 2020. Racial difference was also observed, with the Indian participant having a significantly thicker cornea compared to Africans. These findings highlight the importance of considering both menstrual cycle and the race when interpreting corneal thickness in a clinical practice. Fluctuation in corneal thickness may affect refractive surgery outcome, where an overestimation may lead to corneal excision, which is some of the complications. It could also impact glaucoma screening, where thickness variation could lead to inaccurate IOP measurement. By accounting for menstrual phases and racial differences, clinicians can make more accurate assessment and provide a safer and personalized care for patients. This is our timeline and budget for our research.
In conclusion, central corneal thickness was found to vary significantly across the menstrual cycle, leading to the acceptance of the alternative hypothesis and the rejection of the null hypothesis. These variations reflect the influence of hormonal changes, particularly estrogen and progesterone, on corneal physiology. The identification of population-specific differences further emphasizes the importance of considering demographic diversity in ocular research. However, the study was limited by a relatively small sample size and time constraints, which restricts the generalizability of the findings. Therefore, the outcomes should be interpreted as preliminary trends rather than definitive conclusions. Future research should include hormonal profiling, larger and more diverse cohorts, and longitudinal designs to better understand the influence of menstrual cycle phases on corneal thickness, along with standardized measurement protocols that are recommended to improve consistency across future studies. Understanding and recognizing these variations not only deepens scientific knowledge, but also carries clinical significance, as hormonal fluctuations influences may lead to misinterpretation of diagnostic results, inaccurate intraocular pressure assessments, or suboptimal surgical outcomes. Incorporating these insights into clinical practice can therefore enhance precision, safety, and personalization in effective treatments for eye care. These are our references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Group 4, for a wonderful presentation. I will open the floor for questions. Maybe I should start because I just need clarity on something since it involves us females. When you guys were doing your measurements, were you doing it on the same day on each phase? So was it luteal phase day 1 for all of them, or was it any day during that phase? That's question number 1. And number 2, when you were doing your screening, did you consider people that were on any medication that might have affected the cycle, affected the eye as well? Those are just 2 things that or did you include or exclude them? Thank you.
Okay, your first question about the days. So we had a range of days, like menstruation was between day 1 and 5. We did the range of days because it would be like a bit hard for us to do it on the exact same day for each person. So that could be a limitation, that it wasn't on the exact day for each participant. And then ovulation, as we said, was between 13 and 15. So even though it was not on the exact day of ovulation, it was between that range of days. And then the luteal phase at the end was also a range of days. So it was not the exact day for each participant. Then the second question about medication, yes, we did include it in our like the forms that they filled before. It was all there about the contraceptives, about any medication that they're taking. We noted that, and we excluded those who are taking any medication.
All right, thank you. Dr. Evans, I'll give you the opportunity to ask first.
Good morning. Thank you. That was a very interesting study. When you were taking all these readings, how many readings per participant were you taking, or how often were you taking them?
So we did the measurements across 2 cycles, so that's 2 months. And since we tested the 3 phases, it would have been 3 the 3 phases in each month. So in total, each participant had 6 measurements taken within those 2 cycles.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Naika.
Thank you, students, for this topic. A lot of focus on female reproductive health, which is very good. Okay, I think there should be more studies on similar issues regarding women's health. Forgive me for my ignorance, please. There's 3 phases. How long is each phase? Thank you.
So it depends on individuals. Our phases are not the same because some they menstruate for 3 days or 5 days or 7 days. So we had to make sure that our readings, they correlate with the menstrual cycle of each patient because it's different for everyone.
So they had to tell you
Yes.
what phase they're in.
No, they didn't have to tell us which phase that they were in. We used an app to track and also see how long is their menstrual cycle or menstruation phase to see the overall menstrual cycle.
An app can tell you that?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Your significance of the study was quite important, and I liked the fact that you mentioned the clinical applications or implications, if I can say, for the study. What would be your take-home message for optometrists?
So for optometrists, we should say that documentation of menstrual cycle phases in reproductive women should be taken into consideration, especially during case history. So it'll give practitioners a bit more clearer idea when they're making doing diagnostic assessments to take the dynamic effect that the hormones play on the cornea into consideration. So that's one of our take-home messages. Also, maybe for refractive surgery, there could be, future research could possibly find a more stable phase within the menstrual cycle that the LASIK could be done on. Because ovulation is the thickest and menstruation is the thinnest, so it's quite interchangeable. So that's why a more stable phase should be done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll take 2 more questions, Prof. Mashike and then Dr. Kavenda. Prof. Mashike, you can go first.
Thanks, students, and good morning, colleagues. I just wanted to know what is so unique about your results that is different from what we know about CCT changes with the menstrual cycle. What was the unique results about?
Okay, so we found that, thank you for your question, Prof. Mishiga. We found that ovulation had the thickest cornea. And then in our literature table, we showed up that the study was only done in India and Italy, so it wasn't done in an African setting. So that's the reason we felt that it needed to be done in an African setting. That was the gap between with all the research.
I don't want to pry too much into female reproductive health, but are there any studies that have shown any difference in terms of the menstrual cycles between different races? Menstrual cycle is menstrual cycle, isn't it? Does it matter whether you are...
So there hasn't been any studies that shown differences of the menstrual cycle between the different races. However, as my colleague said, that we just wanted to do it in an African setting as there was very limited studies on that. So we just wanted to fill the gap.
All right, thank you. Dr. Kavenda?
So thank you very much for a very interesting study, very relevant as well. I have 3 small points that I'd like to make. Firstly, you've talked about the significance of your study, but only from a practitioner's perspective. What about health promotion? And what's the message for patients or the general public? I think that's something that maybe needs to be a little clear. And it's always nice to translate your findings into something that can be relevant for the public as well. The second thing was that you used the Flow app, and I've used it as well, so I find it quite good. But what is the research that supports the use of the Flow app? What's its accuracy in terms of tracking those days? Because obviously you used it as the foundation of your study.
So we did do some research into the Flow app, and the app Flow themselves, what they did was they handed out a survey to their users, and 90% of the users said that it accurately tracks the cycle. As well as there was another study done by, I think his name is Patel et al., and he said that he did a survey as well on the study, and 63.5% also said it accurately tracks cycles. So we used the Flow app along with manually tracking. So there was two methods of the tracking of the menstrual cycle.
Okay, so I hope you capture that in writing it up. That
Yes.
This is the support for it. And then the last thing was, at what time of day did you take these measurements?
So most of these measurements were done at the same time. It was usually around the evening, so around 1 to 2 o'clock. And all the, evening, afternoon, sorry. Sorry, afternoon, not evening. Yes, so it was done at that time for all the participants.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Group 4. You may take a seat. Okay, we're gonna break now, but before we break, there's some house rules. You are not allowed to eat inside the Senate chamber. Whatever you're gonna have, please consume it outside. It is 10:33 now. Can we all be seated by 10:55 so that we can start exactly at 10:57? Thank you. You may have tea outside in the foyer. Please make sure that our guests and our staff members are go in first, and thereafter you can follow. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to hand over to our Dean and Head of School, Prof. Mashige. He has a message and he'd like to say a few words. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Dedication, grace, and professionalism, leaving an indelible mark on our school and the life of those who had the privilege of working alongside her. In honor of her memory, the contributions, and the legacy that she leaves behind, may I respectfully request that we all rise and observe a minute of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Okay, it is my great honor to introduce our guest speaker for today, Dr. Zara Rashid. Dr. Rashid holds a master's in optometry from Cardiff University in the United Kingdom and has a PhD from UKZN. Her work focused on developing a model for screening, diagnosis, and management of keratoconus, a condition that she remains deeply passionate about, with a particular interest in both preventing its development and halting its progression. Beyond her academic achievements, Dr. Rashid has made a remarkable impact in the field of eye health care across Africa. She played a pivotal role in establishing the Kenya Eye Health Journal, the first ophthalmic journal in Kenya, where she also serves on the editorial board. She has published 7 manuscripts, and most of them have been in reputable Q2 journals. In practice, Dr. Rashid brings 25 years of clinical experience and has established a hospital-based clinic that provides specialized optometry services, which include pediatric contact lenses, orthoptics, low vision care, and scleral contact lenses. Her contributions extend beyond clinical and academic work. She is also committed to community service, where she volunteers on projects that aim to improve the quality of life for families with limited resources. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Rashid as our guest speaker.
Go ahead.
Yes. Shall I start? Or the introduction's done then? Yes. Okay, brilliant. Okay. Thank you, everybody, and I'm really honored and privileged to be here today. Journey. Through, as you can see, the title is Raising Standards of Eye Care and Transforming Lives Through Research, and this is what I'm hoping to demonstrate to you by the end of the lecture, and I hope I can inspire you all to embark on this journey. I know some of you have already started, which is great, and there have been some great presentations today already, but this is really to encourage you to continue in this journey. As you can see, I think my first slide there, just my opening slide, you can see there's a lady in the corner who's almost 55, 60 years old, and she's a farmer, lives in very remote rural Kenya. And we managed to fit her with scleral lenses. She spent many of her years not being able to see very well, but she's one of our happy patients now. And on the left, you can see a student that we found, a student who had no access, who was an orphan, and we were able to fit him with the contact lens, and he was finally able to continue his education. At the bottom, the left-hand corner, we were able to introduce some of the best technology. The MS39 is one of the most advanced corneal tomographers available mostly in the West, and probably have only one machine in the sub-Saharan Africa, which we now have in Kenya. So we were able to, through the research, bring latest technology in the region. And you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, very advanced cases of keratoconus that we see. And this is what we were able to do through our research and through the PhD, is to really raise awareness and make noise about keratoconus and say we really need to do something about this, understand it better. And this is what we were able to do through our research. I'm trying to go to the next slide, but for some reason I'm not able to. Hold on. I'm going to stop sharing and start again because for some reason I'm not able to go to the next slide, which we were able to do earlier. Let me share again. Let's just start there. Okay, and I'll just see, let's do the slideshow again. Yeah, there we go. So I've been practicing for the last 25 years. I started my degree in optometry in the UK at Cardiff, and I loved pediatrics at that time. I was very fortunate that my third-year supervisor, when I was doing my research project, just like you're the fourth years presented today, was with Dr. Margaret Woodhouse, and for those of you who know, she designed the Cardiff cards. And she immediately inspired me in the area of pediatrics. But the sad part, what I didn't do, and I'm hoping that all of you are all going to try and do this, is I didn't publish my undergraduate research project. So all of those of you who are here today, I would really highly recommend, because this will be the stepping stone. This will be where you can start, even if it's not eventually the area of your master's or your PhD or the area that you specialize in. But just for you to start writing and publishing will be a really good point at this stage. And also what will happen is you have your lecturers who are around and are able to support you and the university. So this would be a really good time before you start practicing, if you can take this time to make sure that you do try and publish, even if it is in a Q3 journal. It doesn't have to be a high status journal, but just start writing and that will kick you off. And then I went straight into, I came back to Kenya, which is where I live and I practice, and I've been practicing for the last, at least 20 years, and went straight into community optometry. I wasn't really good at refraction initially, and so I wasn't very good at the retail optometry. I used to really enjoy the clinical part, so I went straight into hospital, and of course when you're young, you want to save the world, and you want to see as many patients as possible, and that's the time you have all the energy. And this is a good time for you to be able to harness that and gain as much knowledge as you can. I then went into my own private practice at a children's hospital, which I've been doing for the last 18 years, and I'll show you some of the work that we've been doing. Eventually in 2013, now if you notice, I graduated in 2000, but didn't start to do my master's until 2013. There's pros and cons to that, but I think it's really important not to rush into doing your master's, but take your time to actually figure out what is the area of your interest, or perhaps the need of where you're working and the country that you're working. So whilst I really enjoyed pediatrics, and I did that for many years and still do it, pediatrics and low vision, I spent a number of years before I stumbled over keratoconus. And suddenly, I wasn't doing keratoconus for many years, and suddenly I was seeing all these patients with keratoconus in my private practice, or when we would go to the schools for the visually impaired, we found a lot of children with keratoconus that were unnecessarily there just because they were fitted with a hard contact lens. And that's when I found my passion. So sometimes it may take a little bit longer, but do take your time to find your passion, and that's when I first published my first paper, and that was just the patients that I see in my practice. And that's one of the things I'm going to recommend to you, is that don't put down the little data that you may have already in your practice, or when you start in your first year or second year. All the data that you have, that even if it's just a few patients, even if it's 50 patients, do use that data so that you can actually analyze it, and then and use that to, again, to start doing some research, start to ask some questions. And then I started my PhD in 2020, and really I think in terms of my career and the amount of work that we've done, I've done the most amount of, if I look at the impact, I think in terms of transforming lives, has really been in the last 4 to 5 years. We were able to publish 6 papers, some just before I graduated, and we have continued and we are continuing, so the work doesn't stop. So the same data we collected during the PhD, we are now using it to publish more papers. Okay, so on the left you can see is my first publication in my master's, and there I just used a Q3 journal. It's free, it was free, so it was a great starting point for students, or where you don't have a lot of funding, especially in Africa, or if you are not attached to a particular university. So just start off with a Q3 journal, but that gets your first paper out. And this was really the first time that I was able to highlight to all the eye care practitioners in the country to say, we have a problem. We're seeing a lot of patients with keratoconus and nobody's talking about it. So we only really started talking about keratoconus in Kenya, even though it's been a problem for many years, in 2016. And then I was really fortunate to have stumbled over this ad from the Keratoconus Foundation of South Africa for a PhD for a student. And that was in 2018, 2019. And that's when I applied. I was successful and started my PhD journey with UKZN in 2020. And this is really the journey. I had no funding to go and get my data. I had to take out time from my own private practice to go and do the research in the field. I managed to get sponsors to give us the portable autorefractor, as you can see here on the left-hand side. We also I wrote to a number of companies, so a US company then donated a corneal topographer, a handheld corneal topographer. We screened 3,000 students in high schools. I kept it to just the capital center in Nairobi because I didn't have a lot of funding. I could just do day trips, drive in my little car, carry the instrumentation, go with some of my staff and some volunteers. There were places where we had no electricity, we had to use generators. In some schools, they were not able to give us the classrooms. We had to work out of the watchman's shed. And you can see in some areas we had to walk through some really grueling areas before we could even access the schools. And halfway through I realized that, I'm not quite comfortable with our the portable corneal topographer. I might have to take another topographer that is desk mounted. And so we went back again in and did almost half of the students repeated all their topographies again. And that happens with any research study, right? You start off, you make plans, and then you realize that we need to backtrack and then and go back in again. And this was just post-COVID, but around we were allowed to go back into the schools in 2021, and so you can see we were all with masks. So it was a difficult time, difficult terrain, but you just persevere and you keep going and you get the kind of results that you want. So out of this, if we just look at the PhD impact, just by going to the schools, we found a number of kids, almost 10% with refractive errors that needed correction. We were able to get a sponsor to give them glasses, so that was already the first impact that we made. And then the second impact you'll see is in the published papers. And this was pioneering work. In fact, we put Africa on the map because whenever we went for conferences and we talk about keratoconus, nobody ever talks about what is the situation in Africa. You always see papers published from all these, Australia, from countries in the West, Europe, even India, Australia, India, the US, Canada, Europe, but you never hear, what's happening in Africa. So these were the first papers. For Kenya, it was definitely the first prevalence paper that we were able to publish. We were able to show that 1 in 50 high school students have keratoconus, and again, like I said, this is the first data. So our Ministry of Health, and they were all now starting to ask questions, which was great. Our chief ophthalmologist called and he said, Zara, this is an interesting paper, can we talk about it? So it's not until you have the data that you start to get attention. And that's why it's really important when you're doing your research. That is one of the greatest things that you can achieve is if you can start to get attention, whether it's from the ministries, from the practitioners, from the donors, from sponsors, and from patients themselves, because now they start to realize that, actually there is a problem and we can get some help. We wanted to know the situation. Our optometrists, how are they screening for keratoconus? Do they know how to diagnose? Do they know how to manage? And we did get some interesting data from there as well, which we then shared with the schools of optometry, and they have now been working on implementing some of those changes and improving their programs. Pioneering work again, so we published so we did for earlier 3 papers. This is our 4th paper that we recently published. Out of the data, we were able to show that retinoscopy alone, so even if you don't need fancy equipment, even if you just use a retinoscope, you can get at least a 68% sensitivity and about 78% specificity just using the retinoscope. But if you do other things, obviously measuring monocular visual acuity, if you are able to check for K readings, if you do your refraction and you get astigmatism as well, what are the parameters that you can use to then have a successful screening protocol? And interestingly, we've just recently received a letter from some optometrists in Israel, and they've said, well, you know, retinoscopy is great, but have you thought about AI-powered retinoscopy? And this is why it's really important for optometrists to now make sure that they are at the forefront of technology and that they are continuously advancing themselves. So whilst we've all been talking about traditional retinoscopy, we now need to start talking about that. Is there a role for AI-powered portable retinoscopy? Will we not need so many technically trained individuals, and will we be able to reach more students, or will we be able to screen them at an earlier age if we are able to use just AI-powered portable retinoscopy? Okay. And the work is in progress. Like I said, once you do your research, there is so much data, and even what you've presented today, you might find that you can get 2 or 3 or 4 more papers out of the data that you've got. So we were able to, and we're just in the process of working on this and publishing this. Again, it's the first time that we are able to describe what does the epithelium thickness distribution look like in African teenagers with and without keratoconus. We've had a lot of glaucoma studies where they've been able to describe the corneal thickness in African eyes, but we have not been able to we have not had any papers where we have described the epithelial thickness. So we are now able to, with technology, go really granular. And if we get our foot in the door, we can do some of this pioneering and very exciting work. Okay. As part of the PhD, so over the last 4 or 5 years, right from the start of the PhD, I was making sure that I was creating awareness. I was making noise. Every time anybody saw me, they would say, oh, okay, here she is. This is the queen of keratoconus is back again. And that's how you get attention, and that's how you create awareness, and that's how you make practitioners start to take notice and even make changes in their practice as well. And we've now, our paper in April 2025 this year, IAPB noticed our paper, and they have also made, have put a mention on their website. And we are working with them to even change or to be able to modify or influence them in terms of their school screening protocols now, including the WHO. We've managed to go to a number of conferences. So this is the second World Keratoconus Conference that we went and presented some of our data. I would say very much ophthalmologist dominated and very surgically dominated, but we are now able to go there and stand our ground and demonstrate non-surgical options and even the role of optometrists in this area. I was recently awarded with the Women Leaders in Eye Health grant, where I was able to then go and share some of our data in Italy last month at the Vision 2025 conference as well. So when you do research, this gives you an opportunity to then be able to take your work, whether it's locally or globally, and be able to share and then make that impact. In my practice alone, it has really improved my practice and the practice of all my colleagues, whether they were optometrists or ophthalmologists. We can see the difference. I'm getting a lot more referrals now. So in the past, ophthalmologists used to send all their patients with advanced keratoconus for corneal transplants. They are now starting to send patients and say, well, Zara, can you try and fit a scleral contact lens and see what kind of visual outcome you can get? And a lot of the times I'm finding I would say a lot of the ones that are referring, about 50% of them are not doing corneal transplants if we get a good successful outcome with scleral contact lenses. And at the same time, our patients are happy because they get a quick outcome, they're able to carry on school and work, and we get a lot of happy patients and smiles by the time patients leave with us. So, and again, through publishing, we have the Kenya Eye Health Journal, which is a journal that has been inaugurated by the Ophthalmologist Society. But as an optometrist, again, I'm the first optometrist publishing in that journal, and I'm able to now create a little bit more awareness amongst the ophthalmologists as well. Okay. This has expanded my scope of practice. I'm doing a lot more specialist contact lenses, and we're doing co-management. As you can see, if you look at the middle picture here, the keratoconus is really, if you look at the cornea is almost corrugated. And we were able to successfully fit this patient, and you can see on the left there is a referral. So ophthalmologists are referring patients with very advanced conditions to optometrists. And that is making in terms of co-management, it has really improved how we all work together and how we are able to impact our patients. And for your own personal development, the reason I write, I think, is also it helps me to learn. The more I write, the more I learn, because I have to go, it forces me to read. It makes me more confident, makes me an expert. So it's almost like if we're ever in a meeting with the ophthalmologist, if anything comes up about keratoconus, they will point straight at me and say, Zara, can you give us some information about this? And you become an expert, you become the go-to person for that particular eye disease that you're dealing with. You become more confident when you're dealing with your patients. When your patients ask you a question, you can give them current data. You can say, well, 10% of patients, if the latest data on corneal transplants is that we're finding that 60% of patients who have corneal transplants still require a scleral contact lens after surgery. So you can give, once you have this data at your fingertips, you're much more confident with your patients, and your patients can see that. Your patients can see that, your colleagues can see that. And also you can be very proud about the practice that you have, and that will make you stand out compared to any of your other colleagues, because you know that you're providing evidence-based advice to your patients. And we know that this information is changing and changing at a very fast pace. So if you do research, you will learn and you will be able to keep up. You can develop your own brand. The other day I said, let me just go and look at myself. How do I pop up if anybody looks up? But if I put Dr. Zara Rashid Kenya, I am competing against so many other people in terms of optometrists in the country. But as soon as I put up keratoconus Kenya, all my publications have come up. And patients are now walking in to say, because they will Google keratoconus Kenya, they will not Google Dr. Zara Rashid. They want to see what keratoconus services are available in the country. And as soon as my patients come and say, you've published a lot of papers, you must be very knowledgeable in the field. So you develop your brand just by being able to do research. And your patients will respect you. You attract new patients. Ever since I've done my PhD and I qualified, my patient numbers have doubled. My patient referrals have doubled as well. And it also gives you a new career path, so that there's a certain amount of years that you may do clinical, or you may want to mix of academics, working for some NGOs, maybe get involved with government policy, maybe industry. So when you've done a lot of research, this helps you to build your profile, your CV, and allows you to move. Even in terms of migration, if you ever want to leave Africa or you want to move to a different continent, just having research, you may have to, as an optometrist, qualify and do clinical work, but if you've got the research or you've got a PhD background, you may be able to initially start teaching. And the profession will evolve, so it's going to be very important for all of us to be ready. On the left-hand side, that is Professor Ian Bailey. He was the one who designed the logmark charts, and we've done a lot of work together over the years, but we were together in Italy, so it was nice to see him again. And the middle picture is with Professor Sinjak, who is a corneal guru as well, keratoconus guru in the Middle East. And on the right-hand side, you can see how networking just with your local professionals. A lot of the times I'm the only female, But you just have to. I mean, we know again in ophthalmology, optometry, sometimes it can be quite male dominated. But you go in, you make your ground, and you make sure that you fit in, and you make sure that you're heard. This is a runner. He was the famous Eliud Kipchoge. He's now much older, and we invited him for one of our events. So research can open a lot of doors for you. We're building capacity right from the start of the PhD. Again, like I said, I'm the noisemaker. I keep talking about keratoconus in Kenya. And so I use every opportunity that I can get, whether it's with optometrists, with ophthalmologists, and at the bottom I was fortunate where Prof. Vanessa had done training for optometrists in South Africa, September 2023, I think. And I was fortunate to be part of the team where we had actually done a full keratoconus workshop. We are having a workshop soon in November. I'm one of the facilitators for a research workshop at the research writing workshop at the end of this year. So we are constantly trying to encourage optometrists, ophthalmologists, all eye care workers to get involved in research writing. One of the things that I think my work has done for optometry in Kenya is that we really elevated just the optometry as a profession. When I came to Kenya in 2001, optometrists were only looked as refractionists. And a lot of the times we were told that that's your place, and you just do a refraction and you don't ask any more questions. But over the years, ophthalmologists have come to recognize and say, well, actually, you know what, optometrists can be a very valuable member of the clinical team. They can do a lot more than just refraction. So I was in 2019, just as I got admitted into the PhD, was awarded with the Ophthalmologist Society of Kenya recognized me. That was the first time that they gave an award to an optometrist. So that was quite a milestone for ophthalmologists in the country to recognize an optometrist. And then subsequently, as I finished my PhD in 2023, in 2024 I was appointed, again, the first optometrist for the Ophthalmology Society of Kenya, Scientific and Educational Committee. And then I was asked to be a founding member, again, the first optometrist in the country, for the Kenya Eye Health Journal, which is the first ophthalmology journal in Kenya. So why do research? Research benefits your patients, research will benefit the profession, and research will also benefit yourself because it will help with your personal and your career development. But it's very important for you to find your passion. It takes time, it doesn't come overnight. Don't rush, even for the masters. Take your time, find the area that you're interested in, and then come back and look at what it is that you want to do. Whilst you're seeing patients, I highly recommend that every time you have a question and you think, oh, I don't know this, go and look for it. And if you don't find the answers to some of those, then those become your research questions. If you start writing them down, that will really help you as you go along. And remember, your passion can change. Like I said, I started off with peds. I'm still in peds, but I had no clue. When I was in my undergraduate, we never talked about keratoconus. They never taught us about keratoconus in between 1997 and 2000. And in fact, at that time, all the papers showed that keratoconus started in the 20s. Whereas we are showing in our data that keratoconus can start even as young as 5 years old. But nobody talked about keratoconus. I was only thinking peds, I was only thinking low vision. And it was only much later, maybe around my master's, is when I realized, or I stumbled over keratoconus, somewhere around 2015, that I found my passion. But work towards your goals on a daily basis. But remember, publish, publish, publish. Please look at your undergraduate research. Data, as Bill Gates says, is only useful if it's actionable. You've got this data, don't leave it on the shelf. Don't let it collect dust. Please use it. Please go back, look at it, reflect on it, and see if you can get more papers out of it. Start small, simple, use your Q3 journals. You have a great university. I did my undergraduate and my master's degree at Cardiff University, and sometimes we think, I grew up, I was born in Kenya, I grew up in Kenya, but we always think that, the West is the best. But this time my experience at UKZN was out of this world. I tell everybody we have great minds on the continent, and it's only until I came to UKZN that I realized that what great minds, what resources we have at UKZN. The Doctoral Academy is brilliant. There are lots of resources there that are free. You don't have to be a PhD student to access those resources. All you do is just go on the UKZN website and it's all there. But it's not an easy journey. I have to tell you, it's a roller coaster. You will have good days, you will have bad days, you have to be prepared for rejection, and there are some journals, I got rejected a number of times. Again, sometimes we think because we come from Africa, but you just have to stand up and you have to continue and you have to keep on that path and say you're going to keep going, and eventually there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But think about your clinical work every day. How can you make a difference and how can you make an impact? My acknowledgements, I'm so grateful to Professor Vanessa and Prof. Mashige, because really they were my, I remember my first paper when Prof. Mashige read it and he said, Zara, you really need to learn how to write. And I was so devastated that day. But once I took his advice, and my second paper and my third paper, and when I started getting 1 or 2 good comments from him, I was like, oh, okay, we're on the right path. And now, I've really enjoyed co-authoring a number of papers with both the professors. The Doctoral Academy is great. Professor Richard Hift, I learned all my statistics from him. Professor Colleen, she's brilliant. She was very inspiring. And in terms of the entire journey, how do you write your PhD thesis, etc. Pravina, great librarian. I could write to her at midnight, and by morning I have the paper that I'm looking for. She would turn things around even before I could, I could think myself. I had a great statistician, of course my family's support, and the Keratoconus Foundation for South Africa. I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I've achieved and hoping to continue to achieve without this support. So thank you all, and I hope I've inspired you too.
We'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rashid for her very inspiring presentation. And I hope it has inspired you to do some meaningful research, to look at how you can influence optometry, the profession, practice, the global community, and ultimately impact your patients, better eye care, equitable access for all. Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid. To begin the next session, we have a very relevant and topical issue that's going to be presented by Group 5. Governor T. Mtsunu M., Naidu T. Ngwane V., and Shabalala N., who will be presenting on screen time and refractive error, a longitudinal evaluation. I'd like to invite them to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning to all. My name is Tasya Naidu, and my colleagues now will be presenting our research studied screen time and refractive error, a longitudinal evaluation, otherwise called STARE. The global surge in myopia is projected to affect half of the world's population by 2050. This is strongly linked to urbanization, reduced time outdoors, and increasing screen time, particularly in African countries. Screen time has become a key risk factor, with each additional daily hour raising risk by 21% according to Ha et al. Young adults who are high mobile device users remain especially at risk, highlighting the importance of addressing screen time as a modifiable myopia risk factor for public health. Literature review. Table 1 shows longitudinal studies supporting the association between environmental factors and myopia, with He et al. Reporting that an additional 40 minutes outdoors reduced incidence, Wu et al. Observing fewer cases of myopia in children spending recess outdoors, and Huang et al. Finding that working distances greater than 30 centimeters lowered myopic prevalence. Table 2 shows longitudinal studies supporting the association between screen time and myopia. Lee et al. Reported a median myopic shift of 0.023 diopters in young adults, with computer screen time being associated, whilst Doe et al. Reported a mean spherical equivalent increase by minus 0.21 diopters and minus 0.20 diopters in the right and left eyes, respectively, in children.
Table 3 shows cross-sectional studies supporting the association between screen time and axial lengthening, with Liu et al. Reporting an axial elongation association with more than 3 hours of screen time in adolescents, and Long et al. Reporting that shorter viewing distances of devices resulted in axial elongation in young adults, whilst Harrington reported in Irish school children more than 2 hours of screen time increased myopia and axial length. Gaps from literature review. Gaps in the literature review include a recall bias in self-reported screen time, which can lead to inaccuracies, a focus on children with limited studies exploring the effects of screen time in young adults, and most research being cross-sectional.
Problem statement. Prolonged device use exerts near vision demand, which is a risk factor for myopia through the peripheral defocus that may accelerate progression. Most research focuses in children, yet young adults use smartphones more. Few studies objectively measure screen time when examining its impact on refractive error. Investigating the longitudinal impact of objectively measured mobile screen time on refractive error in young adults could clarify whether screen time is a modifiable risk factor for myopia. The aim of our study is to establish the one-year longitudinal associations of objectively measured mobile screen time on refractive error, following up from the STAIR 2024 cross-sectional study in young adults. Objectives. Objective 1 is to assess the impact of objective screen time on young adult smartphone users over a 12-month period using the screen time tracking applications on iOS and Android devices. Objective 2 is to examine the changes in refractive error and axial length in smartphone users over 12 months using the Oculus Myopia Master. And Objective 3 is to explore the longitudinal relationship between objective screen time and changes in refractive error and axial elongation in smartphone users. The research question is as follows. Is there an association of objectively measured mobile screen time on the development of refractive error over a one-year follow-up in young adults? The design of the study was observational, longitudinal, and conducted at the UKZN Westville campus. The study followed up the 232 participants from the STAIR 2024 study cohorts. Using the sample size formula above, the required sample size for 80% power was 92, adding a 10% non-response rate. For dropouts, the final sample size is 103. Participants of the STAIR 2024 study with baseline screen time, axial length, and refractive error measurements who were smartphone users aged between 18 to 30 years were included. And participants who developed near visual acuity less than 0.8 m, ocular pathology, and or strabismus, or who had undergone refractive error stabilization treatment were excluded.
Methodology. The study tools utilized included native screen time applications on iOS and Android smartphones, the Oculus Myopia Master for biometry and auto-refraction measurements, and an ophthalmoscope and slit lamp for posterior and anterior segment evaluation, respectively. Study process. The study process commenced by drawing participants from the STAIR 2024 study. Changes in clinical data was obtained from a case history, followed by evaluation of ocular health using the ophthalmoscope and slit lamp, objective screen time measurement in participant smartphones, dry auto-refraction and axial length was obtained from a biometer, and lastly, accommodative response using MEM retinoscopy was used to screen for latent hyperopia. Data collection. Data collection commenced with recording objective daily and weekly smartphone screen time using built-in applications on iOS and Android smartphones, with screen time measurement being taken on the same day of data collection, where weekly average screen time for the past week and daily average for the past 3 weeks. Data collection. Furthermore, the Oculus Myopia Master was used for 9 cycloplegic auto-refraction and axial length measurements. Data extraction comprised of objective screen time measurements in minutes per day and minutes per week, axial length measurements in millimeters, as well as spherical equivalent refraction in diopters. Data analysis. Statistical analysis was conducted using SPSS version 28, with normality assessed via the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, differences analyzed using the Mann-Winnie-U test, and a linear mixed effects model applied to assess the longitudinal relationship between mobile screen time, axial length, and refractive error. Considering repeated measures, significance was set at a p-value of less than 0.05.
Results. 73 participants was followed up from the STAIR 2024 study with a mean age of 20.21 years and comprised of 83.56% of females. Table 4 shows that for the comparison from baseline to the one-year follow-up, there was a statistically significant increase in daily average screen time and weekly average screen time. However, there was no statistically significant increase in axial length and spherical equivalent refractive error.
Figure 1 shows a forest plot illustrating effect size from differences between baseline and the 1-year follow-up and weekly with daily and weekly average screen time significantly increased from baseline, showing a large Cohen-D effect size of 0.87 and no significant effect size between axial length and spherical equivalent follow-up measurements. The linear mixed effects model shows that daily average screen time was positively associated with the rate of change in axial length, as shown in the scatter plot in Figure 2. The linear mixed effects model showed that increased screen time was more negatively associated with spherical equivalent, as shown in the scatter plot in Figure 3.
Discussion. Key findings for the study include a significant increase in objective mobile screen time from the 2024 cross-sectional evaluation to the 1-year follow-up, no significant group-level change in axial length and spherical equivalent refraction between baseline and follow-up, increased average daily screen time being associated with axial elongation, and an increased average weekly screen time being associated with a more negative shift in spherical equivalent refraction over 1 year in young adults. Axial length showed no significant change over 1 year despite increased screen time, consistent with Koloff et al., who also found no association in youth and adults. Rosima and Dugbal explained this by noting minimal annual elongation in adults, often undetectable. In contrast, Kumar et al. Reports a 0.36 millimeter increase over 2 years with more than 4 hours of daily screen time, likely due to their longer follow-up and younger sample. No significant change in spherical equivalent refraction was observed over 1 year despite increased screen time, aligning with Z et al., who found no direct link in college students, and Koloff et al., who reported no consistent association in youth. In contrast, Ha et al., Cheng et al., and Korman et al. Found screen time linked to myopia onset or progression, though differences in age, follow-up length, and reliance on self-reported screen time may explain these discrepancies. Screen time increased from baseline to follow-up, with subtle associations between daily screen time and axial elongation and weekly screen time and a myopic shift. Similarly, Lee et al. Reported links between screen time, axial elongation, and reduced spherical equivalent refraction, while Kumar et al. And Doe et al. Observed progression in children, likely reflecting their greater ocular plasticity. Overall, short-term effects in adults appear minimal, but longer follow-ups may reveal stronger associations. Limitations. Limitations include loss to follow-up from the 2024 study, which reduced sample size and statistical power. Screen time measures were limited to smartphones in a predominantly African sample with the female biased cohort, and only dry autorefraction was utilized. Recommendations. Future research should assess overall device use beyond smartphones and control for environmental factors such as time spent outdoors, near work, and genetic predisposition. Refractive error measurements should be conducted under cycloplegia for accuracy, and longitudinal studies for young adults should exceed 1 year follow-ups. Conclusion. Over 1 year, no significant changes in axial length or refractive error were observed, though subtle associations between screen time and ocular changes suggest a potential impact on adult refractive status. This indicates that the visual effect of screen exposure may vary with age, underscoring the need for long-term, objective, and multifactorial studies which investigate if minor ocular changes serve as early indicators of late refractive shifts. These are references, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Group 5, for that very good presentation. I'd like to open up the floor for questions. Okay, I have just one in the interim. So you've obviously investigated this in an adult population, and I'm sure from your research you know that progression of myopia is not as significant in this population compared to children. Can you make any recommendations in terms of studies in a childhood population based on some of your findings?
So yes, progression is noted more in children than in adults, but a lot of these studies investigating screen time and changes in refractive error report using subjective screen time. And the problem with that is it introduces recall bias, and it's not fixed to what the screen exposure actually is. So a recommendation that we would give for studies investigating this in younger cohorts would be to use objective measures of screen time rather than recall being from subjectivity.
Thank you. Dr. Kabashi.
Thank you guys for a wonderful topic. Just clarity. Was there any increase on the amount of neowork than these participants are doing compared to when they were doing in 2024? And do you think that would have an effect on your results? Did you ask them about that? And what were the outcomes of your results on that question? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the main power in our study was remaining as objective as we can, and we didn't want to consider any form of participant subjectivity in the findings, and including whether or not they did particular hours of near work would have then contradicted with what we were primarily investigating. So the relationships we were drawing were mainly on objective screen time, and investigating whether or not near work may have increased or decreased wouldn't have complemented the primary investigation.
Okay, just to follow up, if your study was over 10 years, what would be the effect from what do you think it would still not be affected if there was an increase in their near work that they do compared to in the first year that they were doing that? And what would be the possible, what do you think might happen? Thanks.
So over 10 years, we did note that there was this very minimal change in axial length and refractive area as discussed. But over 10 years, a stronger association would have been drawn because the longitudinal evaluation of the baseline and follow-up did reveal that screen time was associated with myopic shifts and axial elongation. So we would be able to draw some form of stronger relationship in a longer follow-up. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll open this now to our examiners. Dr. Evans.
Good afternoon. I might have missed it. What was the age of your participants?
So the mean age of our participants was 20.21 years. So we sampled young adults from 20 years to 30. It was a university sample, but the mean age was 20.21 years.
Okay, and in terms of screen time, were you only looking at cell phones?
Yes, because our study was a follow-up from the STAIR 2024 cross-sectional study, their primarily database was using smartphones only. So as a follow-up during a longitudinal evaluation, we could only base our findings off screen time, as well as mobile screen times are used more frequently in a day-to-day world, so we had to kind of exclude it to that only.
Do you think that if you'd had a younger sample, that your results would have been different?
Yes, I do believe that if we had a younger sample, our results might be different. Like we mentioned, in children, there is a more association between the axial length and the spherical equivalent. In young adults, the progression isn't as progressed compared to children, so I do believe that there would be significant changes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Naika.
Thank you, students, for a very current study. I just have a question about the duration of screen time. How much of time has your participants spent per day using their devices?
We did not factor in the amount of time each individual did spend. We narrowed it down to each participant's daily average and weekly average in order to draw some associations with the axial length and refractive area. So, yeah.
Okay, then I might have missed that. What was then the daily average use?
The daily average, well, the median would have been 434.18 minutes, and weekly average would have been 30.39.27.
Okay. I just have a follow-up question. Do you think that a patient's accommodation would affect there the development of a myopic shift? Do you think so? Because if they're using a device at near,
the considerations for accommodation were not primarily investigated in our study. Granted that we did screen for accommodative response just as a selection criteria, ruling out for latent hyperopia, but it would have impacts on whether or not they progress faster compared to someone else who might have more stable accommodation. So the dynamics of accommodation would be considered in future studies.
I like that global safe answer. The dynamics of accommodation would affect. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. In the absence of any other questions, thank you, Group 5. Well done. I'd now like to call upon Group 6, comprising of Glamuka B, Ludla S, Govender R, Ntanzi G, Pillay N, and Zulu S, who will explore undergraduate optometry students' knowledge, attitude, and practices related to sustainable healthcare. You know how to put your presentation on? You know how to put your presentation on?
Good morning all. We are pleased to present our study entitled Undergraduate Optometry Student Knowledge, Attitude and Practices Related to Sustainable Healthcare. Sustainable healthcare means delivering high quality care in ways that protect and improve health now, while also safeguarding the ability of future generations to meet their health needs. Globally, healthcare is responsible for 4.4% of greenhouse gas emissions, mostly due to supply chains, energy consumption, and waste disposal. By adopting eco-friendly practices and energy-efficient technologies, this sector can significantly reduce its environmental footprint, thereby helping our planet. Optometry contributes significantly to this footprint, yet remain largely absent from sustainability practices. In South Africa alone, emission from distribution of ophthalmic lenses was just over 800 tons of carbon dioxide equivalents per annum. In addition, spectacle and contact lens wearers generate around 48 kilograms of plastic waste per person annually, most of which ends up in landfills. This statistics highlights optometry as a critical but underexplored area for sustainable healthcare interventions. Research shows that while medicine and nursing have begun addressing sustainability, optometry lags behind. Health professionals often report lack of knowledge, training, and institutional support to implement sustainable practices, with optometrists in Wales highlighting these gaps. There are no published studies to capture the perspective of South African optometry students. Education plays a key role in changing behavior by raising awareness and embedding sustainability into professional training. Environmentally responsible practices can be supported. Introducing sustainability education in optometry is therefore timely and essential. It prepares graduates to meet patient needs while also safeguarding planetary health in the face of climate change.
This study was guided by a central research question: what are the current knowledge, attitude, and practices of undergraduate optometry students in South Africa regarding sustainable healthcare, and how can these insights inform curriculum development? The research aimed to explore undergraduate optometry students' preparedness to incorporate sustainability into their future professional roles and guide the integration of sustainable healthcare in optometry training programs. The specific objectives of the study were to evaluate students' knowledge of sustainable healthcare, assess their attitude towards the incorporation of eco-friendly practices into optometry care, identify their current sustainable practices in both clinical training and personal routines, and also provide recommendations for integrating sustainability into undergraduate optometry curricula.
This was a cross-sectional mixed method study that targeted undergraduate optometry students in South Africa. Participants were recruited through convenient sampling, and eligibility was limited to students aged 18 or older who were currently enrolled in an undergraduate optometry program. The data was collected through a self-administered Microsoft questionnaire informed by the knowledge, attitude, and practice framework. It comprised of the following sections: demographic data, knowledge and attitude towards sustainable healthcare, current sustainable practices, and curriculum integration. The tool included both Likert scale and open-ended question with content drawn from existing studies in sustainability in healthcare. The questionnaire was presented in English and took about 7 minutes to complete. Following ethical clearance, the questionnaire was piloted and distributed electronically via social media platform between May and August 2025. The data was captured in Microsoft Excel and analyzed using SPSS version 28. Descriptive statistic and thematic analysis summarized demographic characteristic and the level of CAP, while inferential analyses were performed to examine association between CAP level and demographics.
177 undergraduate optometry students completed the survey, majority being female from UKZN and in first year. Regarding knowledge, most of the respondents reported having limited knowledge of both planetary health and sustainable healthcare. Table 2 details their perceptions of main sectors that contribute to climate change, with most identifying the industrial sector. In terms of climate alleviation, the majority perceived the strongest impact to be from proper waste management, planting trees, and solar energy sources. In terms of climate change impact on human ocular health, dry eyes were mostly reported, followed by ocular surface conditions. Almost 12% were unaware of any possible impact. Regarding attitude, most agreed that climate change is a critical issue for healthcare professionals, that sustainable healthcare should be prioritized, and that such practices would not compromise patient care. Importantly, most agreed that discussions with patients on sustainability are necessary. However, less than half felt their undergrad training had prepared them adequately. Regarding practice, while 60% reported practicing sustainable behaviors, few actually observed such practices in their training environment. Common personal practices were conserving electricity and water, using eco-friendly materials, and recycling. However, 50% rarely or never participated in sustainability campaigns, and nearly half never advised patients on sustainable practices. Majority indicated that planetary health and sustainable healthcare practices were not included in their studies, and if included, it was in lectures primarily in first year. Most students endorsed integrating sustainability into existing modules or practical training workshops, as they primarily relied on social media and internet searches for sustainability information. The chi-squared test revealed the following significant associations: female gender with good knowledge, attitude, and practice, good overall knowledge with both attitude and good practice, positive attitude with positive practices, and level of study with overall good practice.
Although most students reported limited knowledge of planetary health and sustainable healthcare, their responses suggest average knowledge similar to that reported by Lister et al. In 2022. They showed moderate awareness of climate change impacts on the ocular system, associating these impacts more with anterior eye health. However, ocular impacts also include posterior segment manifestations, such as glaucoma and retinal detachments. The majority recognized climate change as a present health issue and showed positive attitudes to sustainable healthcare, which is consistent with findings among medical and nursing students. Patient education on responsible waste management was highly endorsed and aligns with guidance from professional bodies and research. While the results of the current study indicated strong adherence to seemingly simple, yet often cost-saving sustainable behaviors like energy and water conservation, a significant gap exists between students' personal habits and profession-oriented sustainable practices. This suggests that students may not yet perceive sustainability as an integral clinical responsibility, although they are uniquely positioned to mitigate this impact. The low observation of sustainable behaviors of healthcare practitioners and the perceived lack of investment by universities are important contextual factors limiting the adoption of sustainable practices. Participants with good knowledge had more positive attitudes and in turn were more likely to report good practices. Interestingly, a gap between positive attitudes and perceived discipline-specific preparedness has been reported in other health professions. Barriers include limited curriculum content and a lack of visible role models within clinical training environments. Incorporating sustainability within clinical modules may bridge the gap. This highlights the need for academic institutions to respond proactively to embed planetary health and sustainable healthcare education and training. This can equip optometry students with the knowledge and skills to understand associated health impacts and subsequently contribute to climate mitigation through compassionate and contextually relevant patient care, patient education, and sustainable practices.
The primary limitation is reliance on self-reported data. The small sample size limits the generalizability of the findings, and the unequal distribution of responses creates an institutional bias. Finally, the cross-sectional design prevents cause and effect conclusions or tracking changes as students progress. From the study, we can recommend academic institutions to embed sustainable healthcare into the curriculum, empower clinical supervisors to model best practices, and redesign clinical systems so that sustainable choices become the easiest default option. In addition, professional optometrists could lead awareness campaigns, educating their patients and peers to actively engage in climate change mitigation. In conclusion, undergraduate optometry students possess some understanding of key issues, recognize sustainability as part of their professional responsibility, and currently practice it to a limited extent. However, they feel unprepared to act effectively and express the need for inclusion of planetary health and sustainable healthcare into their curriculum. These are our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 6. I'd like to now open the floor for questions. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for your very relevant and important presentation. I noticed that a lot of the responses that you got were from first year, and considerably they were from UKZN, from what I saw. Do you think that impacted largely the results that you got? And what do you think the result would be if fourth years or more senior students had a greater response rate in your questionnaire?
It did have an impact that it was majority UKZN students, but with regards of to saying like which level of study, if more responded in the higher levels, we concluded that the first years had more knowledge and participation because they come from high school, where they were in these groups where they were taught about sustainability and planetary health.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question, if that's okay. I see that you've adopted a very academic angle in terms of improving knowledge, as in, bringing these practices into the academic program, etc. How do you then address the gap in knowledge for practicing optometrists?
Okay, I think addressing the gap would be to implement planetary health topics into existing modules, especially for the students to be able to encounter such concepts and to also be able to practice sustainability during their study process.
So it's great that practicing optometrists also want to take part in this. So there was a study done by Pillay et al. Last year, 2024, and based on the results, they came up with a schematic waste management decision-making tree. So it basically aids optometrists to make better sustainable choices when discarding of waste in their practices. So practicing optometrists can always refer to that article, get the schematic, and make use of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's very important to translate findings into something that can be digestible to practitioners and not necessarily always from an academic perspective. So perhaps even looking at continuing education programs and including this kind of content that makes them more aware of the impact of their practice would be a good recommendation, right? Yes, Dr. Khan.
Thank you very much, students. That was eye-opening. Okay, so I have one recommendation, and I have a kind of query question. First recommendation is, can you guys please make for us like a nice advocacy poster, which we can then put up? You've got your results already, but let's use it. Secondly, for me now, tell me, how do we improve our practices within our clinic? Give me some ideas.
We can start with simple things like urging students to switch off the lights when they leave the rooms. We can have recycling bins in the clinic for different wastes. And like you said, with a nice poster to our optometry clinic. Yes, that's the one that I'm referring to. And also, like the poster that you just suggested, I feel like that would be a great reminder to students to always work in a sustainable way.
Great. So are you guys going to be our IK heroes?
We're going to try our best.
Okay,
yes.
I'm going to hold you guys to that. Thank you.
Dr. Naika and Dr. Evans, any questions?
Thank
Okay,
you. Yes,
Dr.
I have a question, and just to say thank you, students, for taking on a big topic like this. I wanted to find out, those that said yes, that it is included in the curriculum. Did you ask any other questions, or were there any other follow-up questions that were there for them to say how it's included in the curriculum or at which level?
So we asked them the level of study, and we found that first years showed that they said yes to that question more often. Because in modules such as, I think it's called Community Optometry 142, we do it in first year. In that module, we discuss these topics very briefly.
Okay, and give me a recommendation. If you say you'd like to include, this should be as one of your recommendations, how would you envisage this to be within the program?
Definitely. So I do genuinely advocate for this by not creating a new module, because it's already so packed, our syllabus.
Yes.
But by embedding it within existing modules, so like modules such as contact lenses, because as we discussed, there's a significant amount of waste coming from contact lens disposable. So just to advise students on how to properly dispose of contact lenses, spectacle waste, even in modules such as DMOD, fluorescein strips, things of that nature.
Okay. Is there an environmental module?
Sorry, repeat?
Is there an environmental, occupational?
No, I'm not sure.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Evans, any questions?
Well done. Very interesting topic. I'm interested, and there was a slide that suggested it, on the relationship between climate and glaucoma. What is the link there?
So in terms of the students' response, or in terms of climate itself affecting glaucoma?
Yeah, there we go. Limited awareness of posterior segment impacts such as glaucoma. No, it was a different one. Oh, yeah, climate change. What did you find? Was there a link?
So we found in our survey that students are widely more educated on anterior ocular impacts of climate change, and they are not aware of the posterior effects of it. And we found in our literature review that there is links to climate change affecting conditions such as glaucoma and retinal detachments as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the students on a very relevant and interesting topic. Thank you. Hopefully you can be the ambassadors for cleanliness. Our next presentation is delivered by Group 7, comprising of Muladi S, and Ndlovu Y, Sibia Q, Soga Z, Yase M, and Zube Bobat N. And they will be discussing an evaluation of choroidal thickness and choroidal vascularity index in low to moderate myopia.
Good day. Today we will be presenting our research study titled An Evaluation of Choroidal Vascularity Index and Choroidal Thickness in Low to Moderate Myopia. Myopia is projected to affect 50% of the world's population by 2050. This rise is strongly linked to lifestyle factors. While mild myopia can be corrected, progressive and high myopia greatly increase risk of complications. The burden is concerning in Africa due to limited resources. The choroid is a vascular tissue that nourishes the retina and helps regulate eye growth. Changes in its thickness and vascularity are closely linked to myopia progression. The choroid can be assessed at two regions, the subfoveal directly beneath the fovea and the peripapillary surrounding the optic nerve. Enhanced depth OCT gives a clearer view of the choroid than standard OCT. Choroidal thickness is the distance from the RPE to the choroid sclera interface. It shows the overall size of the choroid. The choroidal vascularity index is a recent parameter in choroidal assessment. It reflects the ratio of the luminal or vascular component to the total choroidal area. However, CVI is not measured in isolation. Its calculation is dependent on several underlying measurements, including the luminal choroidal area, the stromal choroidal area, and the luminal to stromal ratio. The luminal area offers insight into vascular space, the stromal area reflects the supportive connective tissue, and the luminal to stromal ratio is the balance between blood vessels and supportive tissue. In this way, CVI serves as a composite index, while its component measures provide the granularity required to interpret which elements of the choroid are most affected.
Literature review. Several facial changes in the choroid have been linked to myopia. Midorikawa et al. Showed that axial elongation leads to thinning, which was also confirmed by Yang and Co. One et al. Linked reduced perfusion to foster axial elongation. Yasir et al. and Ugarte et al. described scleral and Brooks membrane remodeling as contributors to progression. Ethnic variation also plays a role. Studies show that Asians have a thinner choroids than Europeans, so such differences highlight the need for population-specific normative data. Agrawal et al. Found emmetrops have a CVI of about 0.64 to 0.67. Yatsani et al. Reported subfoveal thickness of 250 to 300 microns in emmetrops. Additionally, studies such as Chakraborty et al. and Kinoshita et al. Demonstrated diurnal variations with CT and CVI fluctuating across the day.
Gaps in literature. Most studies have small sample sizes with homogeneous racial profiles, mainly focusing on high myopia. Subfoveal parameters like SFCT, SFCVI are emphasized, while peripapillary CVI remains underexplored. Many also relied on SDOCT, overlooking the advantages of EDI-OCT. With myopia prevalence rising, early detection is crucial. CVI is a valuable marker for choroidal health, yet peripapillary parameters have been less explored. African populations with low to moderate myopia are under-researched. Therefore, the research question is, what is the choroidal vascularity index and choroidal thickness in low to moderate myopia? This study aims to evaluate the choroidal vascularity index and choroidal thickness in low to moderate myopia. Our objectives are: 1. Compare the subfoveal and peripapillary choroidal vascularity index. 2. Compare the subfoveal and peripapillary choroidal thickness. 3. Establish the relationship between subfoveal and peripapillary choroidal thickness and choroidal vascularity index. 4. Assess the association between subfoveal and peripapillary choroidal parameters with age, refractive error, axial length, and perfusion factors. Methodology. This study used a quantitative cross-sectional design. Participants were UKZN students and clinic patients aged between 18 to 30 years, low to moderate myopia or emmetropia, best corrected visual acuity of 6.6, and a clear ocular media. The study employed a non-probability sampling technique, a two-mean population formula with 90% statistical power, a sample size of 80, 40 eyes per group, and 1 eye per participant. These were the tools used for the data collection. The diurnal variation can occur over a 24-hour cycle. Therefore, for our study, we measured between 4 to 6 p.m. when the lowest choroidal thickness measurements were typically recorded. Study process. After ethical clearance, all participants underwent a comprehensive screening examination, rebound tonometry, blood pressure measurement, ocular biometry, and EDI-OCT imaging.
Data collection. Perfusion pressures were measured because they provide a comprehensive view of ocular perfusion and its potential impact on the pathophysiology of myopia. The collection for the choroidal parameters began with the subfoveal and peripapillary scan acquisition using the fast macular protocol in EDI mode and the GMPE protocol, respectively. Segmentation is a manual process in which the upper line boundary is adjusted to coincide with the RPE Brooks membrane, and the lower line boundary is adjusted to coincide with the choroidal scleral junction. The subfoveal segmentation results in choroidal thickness represented on the EDTRS map, whereas the peripapillary choroidal thickness is represented on the Galway-Heath map. The raw OCT image is imported into ImageJ and then binarized using the NIBLAC auto thresholding tool. Thereafter, the automatic calculation of the preliminary components is used to compute CVI. These include the SAP, the SCA, and the LSR. For reliability and validity, a minimum of 2 OCT scans were taken between 4 and 6 p.m. to reduce diurnal variation. Acquisition was limited to the same device and protocol, and segmentation and extraction was done by 2 graders who were masked from each other's results. The data was captured with Microsoft Excel, and the statistical analyses were run using SPSS version 28. All tests were two-sided with a p-value less than 0.05. Multivariate regression analysis and Pearson correlation were run to determine associations between CVI and refractive error, axial length, and perfusion factors.
Results. In total, 68 eyes were included in the study, with 38 myopes and 30 imetropes. The 2 groups were very similar in age, sex, race, intraocular pressure, and perfusion pressures. The only differences were in spherical equivalent and axial length, which confirmed the group classification. When comparing subfoveal and peripapillary choroidal thickness, there were no significant differences between myopes and imetropes. The overall distribution of thickness followed the expected pattern. When comparing the choroidal vascularity index, both subfoveal and peripapillary regions showed no significant differences between myopes and imetropes. Overall, CVI values were stable between groups, reflecting the normal topographic profile of the choroid. While the overall comparison between groups did not differ, we observed an internal compositional change. There was a negative correlation between total choroidal thickness and the CVI. Second, a corresponding positive correlation between total thickness and the stromal area proportion was observed. When interpreted together, these 2 results suggest that the increase in overall choroidal thickness in these eyes is driven primarily by an increase in the stromal tissue rather than the blood vessels. The LSR findings reinforce the pattern that a thicker choroid is associated with a lower proportion of blood vessels relative to the stroma. The LCA correlation is much weaker than the stromal, suggesting that the stroma increases at a much faster rate, driving the overall thickness. The structural interplay between the choroid and the PP-RNFL shows that the absolute measures of choroidal tissue correlate strongly with RNFL thickness across all sectors, TCA, LCA, and SCA. This suggests that the overall choroidal tissue is associated with a thicker PP-RNFL. However, choroidal indices demonstrated a significant inverse relationship. This suggests that a thicker RNFL is associated with a lower ratio of blood vessels relative to the stroma. No associations were found between peripapillary and subfoveal thickness, age, refractive error, axial length, and perfusion factors. We observed significant positive associations between LCA and both IOP and MOPP, where an increase in either predictor corresponding to an increase in LCA. Age was positively associated with CVI at 3.5 mm peripapillary RNFL and with the luminal to stromal ratio, where for every 1 year increase in age, we observed an increase in LSR. The multivariate mixed effects model showed no statistically significant differences across all parameters. This confirms that low myopia does not substantially alter vascular or structural parameters when compared with imetropia.
Discussion. The key findings are 1. There's no difference between choroidal parameters between emmetropes and low myopes. Secondly, stromal tissue drives thickness more than lumen. Lastly, CVI provides better insight than choroidal thickness. Our study aligned with Alice et al., who found no alterations in CT and CVI, but were contradicted by Yazdani, Agrol, and Juan, who all found changes in both parameters. Studies reflected that structural thinning and vascular changes may emerge later in myopia progression. There are observable population and regional differences. In literature, children and high myopes show faster growth and earlier thinning. In contrast, our young adults with low myopia showed preserved metrics. The observed sensitivity of PPCVI suggested that it may respond earlier than choroidal thickness. In typical aging, the choroidal vascular component increases during childhood and adolescence, but begins to decline after early adulthood. However, in our ages 18 to 22 years cohort, we observed the inverse and a greater luminal stromal ratio, indicating a proportionally stronger vascular contribution. This coincided with increases in IOP and mean ocular perfusion pressure, suggesting a normal physiological process of vascular maturation and hemodynamic balance in early adulthood. Future myopia studies should carefully account for age-related vascular physiology.
Limitations. We had a small sample size and this was a cross-sectional design and cannot show any causality.
OCT protocol differences limit comparability with other studies. Finally, because of the low myopic range, we're unable to compare across the full spectrum up to moderate myopia. Future research should use larger multi-center longitudinal cohorts. Direct ocular blood flow measures should be added to validate CVI. Studies should recruit balanced low, moderate, and high myopia groups for stratified analysis, and develop population-specific normative data in an African population.
In conclusion, choroidal vascularity and thickness may be stable in early myopia. Furthermore, the stromal area within CVI in the peripapillary region may be a promising biomarker in the surveillance of myopia. Although our study presents preliminary results, these findings can be used as a proof of concept for future studies in choroidal vascularity in myopic populations. These are our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 7. Are there any questions for Group 7? Professor Monsami?
It's not a question. I just want to recognize the hard work of collecting data of this scale. I have to appreciate the level of clinical skills that went into collecting this data. And I hope you've acquired some of those OCT skills now. Very few practitioners can actually measure choroid, and you're functioning at the level of a master's and a PhD level. So I just want to recognize to the room the level of clinical work that went into this particular project compared to all the other projects.
Any other questions? Our examiners?
Thank you, students, for the work that you've put in. I have a question about the contribution that your study is making. Who would be the beneficiaries of your study contribution?
Thank you for your question. I think the biggest benefactors from our study are the people sitting in this room. We don't currently have a large normative database for African studies and African population, and because there's such a resource burden with the lack of screening, testing, and access to spectacle correction in Africa in general, I think it's very important to produce research that benefits the areas in which we will work and serve. So it's mainly to benefit the people of Africa and optometrists in Africa.
Okay, stay there. You're still on the hot seat. In saying what you did, have you found any studies from the global north that differ from what you found?
So typically the studies in the north focused on high myopia, so that's why we decided to look into low to moderate myopia, because we want to see if changes are, or earlier changes can be detected, so that it's easier for us in Africa to deal with these changes before they progress into high myopia and then lead into these complications from progressed myopia.
So the essence of the difference was not in the population or of who you studied, as in the African context here. The essence was high myopia versus low myopia.
So it was a bit of both. So it was high myopia versus low myopia, and as well as normative data, because other countries in the north have normative data for the choroidal thicknesses, and they are developing normative data for their CVI. So we wanted to have a contribution in creating normative data for choroidal thickness in Africans, as well as normative data for CVI in Africans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Evans, sorry.
Thank you. I think he actually stole my question. I don't have anything further.
Okay. I just had a quick question. If you look at the research that's coming from the International Myopia Institute and all of these systematic reviews that they put together, they actually cite that there is a likelihood of irreversible blindness that also occurs with low myopia. Okay? How do you view that in relation to the research that you've done? How is this relevant to that?
Thank you for your question. So as you can see, we showed in our research that the PPRNFL choroid is the one that's susceptible to changes earlier. So with our data, we may be able to provide evidence for future studies to look more into the PPRNFL, even in earlier stages, because that's where we're seeing the earliest changes. Yes.
Good. Thank you. Okay, well done. Group 7. Okay. And to round off this morning's research presentations, we have Group 8, comprising April M., Dionan A., Devraj A., Nkosi B., Sibia A., and Zuma S., who will be presenting on investigating the association between keratoconus and inflammatory mediators in tears.
Greetings to all. Our research topic is investigating the association between keratoconus and inflammatory mediators in tears. Keratoconus is a progressive ectatic disorder characterized by corneal thinning and protrusion leading to distorted vision. The tear film is a complex structure composed of substances that play a crucial role in maintaining ocular surface health. In recent years, growing evidence has highlighted the importance of inflammation in pathophysiology of many ocular surface diseases. Inflammation is the body's protective response to harmful stimuli such as infection, trauma, toxins, or autoimmune reactions. Tear-based biomarkers offer a valuable means of detecting inflammation with particular focus on pro-inflammatory cytokines. TNF-alpha, MMP9, and IL-6 are amongst the most consistently elevated biomarkers found in ocular surface inflammation. Although the question of a possible association between KC and inflammation can be traced back to more than a decade, it has intensified in the recent years. KC has traditionally been classified as non-inflammatory, and as with any other scientific question, any proposed change will need to be underpinned by extensive research answering whether inflammation plays a significant contributory role in the disease pathogenesis. The question becomes especially pertinent in the context of vernal keratoconjunctivitis, also known as VKC, a commonly known risk factor for keratoconus. According to Gupta et al., in 2021, VKC is associated with severe itching and chronic eye wrapping, and when it coexists with KC, the disease often follows a more aggressive course. This results in faster progression to severe KC. The classification of KC as non-inflammatory disease has been challenged by recent studies. Evidence shows that increased inflammatory mediators may contribute to KC development, and changes in tear film composition seem to play a crucial role in supporting the inflammatory link. Most studies on keratoconus have been conducted in the Northern Hemisphere. Although ethnic variations in KC are well established, no investigation to date have explored the inflammatory link within African populations. The lack of scholarly evidence on South African population, recent discourse in the literature, and limited studies examining biomarkers in relation to KC severity in patients presenting with both VKC and KC prove the motivation for this study.
The aim of the study is to investigate the levels of inflammatory mediators in the tears of individuals with and without KC and in relation to the severity of KC. The objectives: to determine the association between KC and inflammatory mediators through the measurement of cytokines in tears, to compare the inflammatory mediators levels between participants with and without KC, to investigate inflammatory mediator concentrations in tears according to KC disease severity, and to compare the levels of inflammatory mediators in tears of KC patients with and without VKC. A recent facility-based study in South Africa by Qabashe, Mutli, and Hanswaj revealed a KC prevalence of 13.7%. Lima et al. Found TNF-alpha and IL-6 inflammatory mediators in tears which were significantly higher in patients with asymptomatic KC. In a meta-analysis including 166 studies, Galvez et al. Reported increased levels of TNF-alpha, MMP9, and IL-6 in tiers of KC patients. Most recently, Payman et al. Also found increased levels of TNF-alpha, MMP9, and IL-6 to be significantly higher in patients with KC versus the control group. Posa et al. Found that Schirmer strips were practical and effective in stirring tears. However, the literature is silent on inflammatory mediator presence in KC or associations with VKC and KC severity on any African population, highlighting a notable gap.
The study utilized a quantitative approach with a prospective comparative experimental design. The study population included UKZN students and keratoconic patients aged 18 to 35 attending McCaw's Provincial Eye Hospital. The sample size was calculated using Cochrane's modified formula for finite populations. The sample size was 93 participants divided into 3 groups of 31 each, being the control, KC only, and KC with VKC. The calculation accounts for participant dropout and is based on the keratoconus prevalence of 1.71% with a 3% margin of error. The study included KC and non-KC patients aged 18 to 35 of all races and genders with normal to moderate dry eye. Individuals with any current or history of eye disease, trauma or ocular surgery, any other corneal disorders except keratoconus, pregnant breastfeeding women, or patients with autoimmune diseases and severe dry eyes were excluded.
The study commenced after ethical clearance was obtained from Biomedical Research Ethics Committee and gatekeeper permission from leadership at UKZN and McCord Provincial Eye Hospital. A standardization workshop was conducted to ensure that all researchers follow a uniform procedure. Participants were recruited and purposefully selected from McCord Provincial Eye Hospital and UKZN Optometry Clinic. Test done: retinoscopy, autorefractor, slit lamp examination, T-party, keratometry, picometry. Tear sample were obtained using Sharma 1 test. The entire script was saturated with tears and stored in a centrifuge tube, which was kept in a freezer below 20 degrees Celsius. Samples were analyzed using ELISA test at UKZN Biochemistry Department. Data was captured on Microsoft Excel and analyzed using SPSS version 29. Personal correlation was used to determine the strength and direction of the relationship between tear inflammatory mediator and concentration and KC. Shapiro-Wilkie test was used to assess the normality of the data. Mann-Whitney U test was applied to compare mean or median inflammatory marker level between participants with KC and without KC.
Participants comprised of 72% Africans, 23.7% Indians, and 4.3% Coloureds, consistent with the findings by a study conducted by Gabasha, Mutli, and Hanswert, which highlighted a higher prevalence of KC in African females. Gender distribution was 60.2% females and 39.8% males. The mean age of the sample was 23.98 years, showing that the condition is more common in young adults. From a clinical perspective, the mean tip-out was 10.65 seconds, indicating some level of tear film instability within the group. Inflammatory mediator concentrations were found to be elevated in the TNF-alpha and IL-6 for both KC only and KC with VKC, which was statistically significant. The MMP9 group showed an increase of mediators for KC and VKC. However, it was not statistically significant. A regression curve was plotted showing that as the severity of KC increases, the inflammatory mediator average concentration increases as well. This is most significant from stage 3 classification according to AK and above. Okay. The most elevated inflammatory mediator investigated overall was MMP9. Please note that there is a baseline of inflammatory mediator concentrations present in our tears at all times, influenced by various factors. The results shows that inflammatory mediator levels are the lowest in the control groups, higher in patients with keratoconus only, and highest in those with both VKC and KC. When looking at individual markers, TNF-alpha and MMP now increase progressively from the control to KC only, and highest in those with KC and VKC. IL-6, however, has a higher increase in KC only compared to those with VKC and KC. This indicates that inflammation is strongly linked to keratoconus and is further amplified when VKC is also present.
The study findings correlate with previous studies by Shetty et al. And Galvez et al., who found an increase in inflammatory mediators between keratoconic and non-keratoconic patients. We contribute to scholarly literature, providing empirical data showing the relationship between keratoconus and inflammation on an African population. As seen in the regression curve, the level of the inflammatory mediators presented was directly proportional to the stage of keratoconus. Therefore, if a keratoconic patient is classified as stage 3 or worse in Amscher-Krummer's classification, the patient should be investigated and managed by the practitioner for inflammation in addition to the optical correction. Although only 2 of the 3 mediators were statistically significant, MMP9 may still be clinically significant because there was an overall increase in VKC and KC. The study also has valuable insight for those patients having VKC in the South African context, where environmental risk factors contribute to VKC and KC progression. The limitations and recommendations for a study are shown on the slide. The main one of which is that we didn't assess broader range of inflammatory mediators, as they are almost 500 in human tears. We just selected the most prevalent according to research. In conclusion, despite mounting evidence, the majority of literature, including a few recent articles and foundational optometry textbooks, continue to describe keratoconus as non-inflammatory disease. This outdated view no longer reflects the reality supported and presented by recent research. What is needed is not a mere editorial erratum, but updated editions of textbooks that accurately recognize and integrate information on the inflammatory component of keratoconus. If optometrists only treat the optical consequence of keratoconus, we risk providing incomplete care. Our study has now provided important data from the African continent confirming the link between keratoconus and inflammation. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is it now not time for the textbooks to be amended to reflect this empirically determined scientific information? These are our references, and thank you.
Thank you, Group 8, for a very interesting and relevant study. I'd like to open the floor for any questions. Professor Munsami.
The last statement is very deafening. Agreed. Is it evidence-based? Does your research support such a deafening statement? Does your study have the sufficient power to support such a deafening statement?
Okay, so I'm answering them based on my study and also recent literature that's been provided. Recently, there's increase on the fact that there's increase in findings of inflammatory mediators in keratoconus tears. So I'm basing this on the trend that's going. So the statement could be true.
What's your sample size?
It's 93. So 31 of the control, 31 of the keratoconus only patients, and 31 of keratoconus and VKC. We use VKC as it's a compounding factor for keratoconus.
So I think I'm not questioning your study. I'm just, one of the flaws of research when you conclude is not to conclude outside the boundaries of your results. That's one of the almighty rules of research. So I just want you to make sure that when you write your manuscript, that you stay true to the boundaries of your study and not over-conclude.
Okay, thank you for the advice. I'll take that into account. Yeah.
Dr. Kapashi.
Just clarity. Well done, guys, on a very nice topic that is actually, I think it's different from what we normally do under keratoconus, which is, I know you went through a lot of tears and everything, but you really worked very hard. I think as a whole group, we appreciate your effort under the circumstances. Well done on that.
Thank you.
I just want to find out on the part of your VKC, the participants that you had, were they all on the same stage of VKC? Were they all on the same treatment? Do you think that might have actually had an effect on the mediator, which is the only tears that you use, which is fine for your level because the other one would have complicated? Do you think that might have, if it's different, do you think it might have affected your results? Or just tell us about the type of treatment and the state of the VKC population? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. That's a good point. Okay, so we didn't standardize the severity of keratoconus and VKC as well, but we just use this as an overall presentation to show the increases of the inflammatory mediators.
Okay, please just edit as one of your limitations when
yes,
you are
thank
writing
you.
up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Examiners, Dr. Naika.
Thank you, students. Just a question about a follow-up question about the keratoconus and the stages of keratoconus. Could you just elaborate on that for your population?
Okay, so the stage of keratoconus. So we looked at we used the Amsler-Krumers classification. Mainly, we looked at the refractive error and the keratoconus. I mean, the topography findings as well, right? Okay, so we didn't standardize from like stage level 1 Amsler-Krumers to 4. We just took what we could get at that point. As I said, it's just an overall representation. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Do you think then the stage of keratoconus would have any impact or would have any impact on the inflammatory mediators that were present? Because I'm not sure. I don't know if we know that what inflammatory mediators are present in an early stage versus a later stage of keratoconus.
Okay, so the inflammatory mediators that I mentioned here above is present in all of our tiers. But on a lower level. But I agree with you that it could skew our data. We did have the majority. I think there's like 37% of severe keratoconus, which could have skewed our data a bit. Yeah, I'll take that into account. I'll write that as a limitation as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. There's also a study by Lima et al. That showed that the inflammatory mediators were present even before clinical signs of keratoconus were present.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick question. So when we're learning about keratoconus, one of the etiological factors we come across is eye rubbing. Okay, so is it eye rubbing that's causing the keratoconus, or is that actually secondary to then the inflammatory mediators?
Okay, so eye rubbing is one of the factors that will cause the inflammation to increase. Other factors will be the environmental causes as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Evans? No? Okay. Dr. Ibrahim Khan?
Thank you. Very nice topic. Very exciting, interesting, and yes, I know the journey that you've been through. I'm not convinced about the inflammation story, right? So when we think about the definition of keratoconus, right, what do we say? What do we say? Non-inflammatory progressive protrusion of the cone. So that has to do with the development of the cone itself, right? You guys are testing the tiers. How are you then correlating the progression of the condition itself and the tiers that's produced by the individual? So we're saying there's inflammatory markers within, that's what you found, or you found a heightened inflammatory markers within keratoconic patients. But what has that to do with the progression of the cone?
Okay, so the inflammatory markers can also come out from the cornea tissue itself and be present in the tear film. So as the cone progresses, according to our findings and other recent studies, there is an increase in inflammatory mediators with the increase in the cone as well.
So is that what you're using as your basis to say that we should be changing the way we define keratoconus?
Yes.
As an inflammatory condition. So are there any eye conditions or pathologies that present that are non-inflammatory?
Mm-hmm.
Like corneal conditions, like what?
Okay.
Do you understand where I'm coming from with this question?
No. Can you please explain further on that? Yeah.
I'm saying I'm not convinced
Yeah.
that we're needing to say that it is actually non-inflammatory or it's inflammatory, just based on on your results. I'm saying it's a good start, the study that you've done, but I agree with Prof. We can't definitively say that yet.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe say it's the starting with a pilot. Yeah. So we won't add it to our textbooks yet until you guys are sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Rate. You may go back. Thank you to all students for a very interesting session. And I think just a point to make here, previously myopia was just a refractive condition. It is now classified as a disease. And so perhaps you have started something that could take us in a different direction with respect to keratoconus. And I think that is what is fundamental about research. It guides, changes, ideologies. So use your hypotheses carefully, and maybe you'll come up with some different definitions in the future. So with that, we're going to break for lunch, and then we will resume at 2 p.m. for poster presentations. Just the students, the presenting students, right? Okay. Just a second. At the beginning of that session, you'll be guided as to how you will be presenting your posters. Dr. Buthelezi will provide that information. But in the meantime, please adjourn for lunch.
I'm going to give the examiners an opportunity to come up and give you some feedback on both the posters and the orals, just for something for you to take away for those who actually want to come back for research one day, and for any changes that you may have to make to manuscripts as you guys complete that in the coming week. So Dr. Naika, you can come up and start.
Greetings, everyone. Wow, the seats are empty. All right, I thought I'm going to have a full audience. Students, colleagues, okay, I'm quite happy to be here, and I'm happy to attend your research day. It's been a great experience for me. It takes me back many, many years. I think it was the 20th century, not the 21st century when I was a student. But I really enjoyed this experience, and I see how things have changed so much, and the caliber of students that I'm encountering today is really great, and I think you really should give yourself a round of applause, please. I want to say it's not easy, and I do appreciate you coming up here, the whole team, to support each other. It's not easy standing here and speaking, am I right? Yes, it's not just like butterflies in your stomach, it's more like tarantulas running around, isn't it? But you all did a great job in how you presented. Okay, I will give you some pointers just now, but let me talk about all the great stuff that I liked today. Okay, your presentation skills were great, and I was pleased with all the speakers and those that even came up to speak during the Q&A session as well. What I really liked about today's presentation, and it stood out so much, was the rigor in your methodology. Even though there's a statistician that's doing the statistics for you, I could see that you understood and you could stand your ground and explain the statistics that came out, which is what the value of this is all about. Not just outsourcing and not knowing, but outsourcing your statistical analysis to an expert, but also understanding yourself, because that's what the learning is all about. Okay? I want to push you further, since I'm so pleased with the caliber of students that I'm seeing here. I want to push you a little bit further. You know, lots of you have done quantitative studies. Okay, you know, we're always afraid of qualitative. You know, we're told that qualitative is going to take so long, it's long and dreary. You know, it's quite the opposite of quantitative in that your data collection can be challenging with quantitative. You know, you have to see so many cases, so many patients. You need to reach the sample size that you need. If you send out surveys, you have to extend your data collection period because you're not getting enough responses. With qualitative, it's the opposite. Sample size is not that important. Data collection goes very quickly. Whether you're interviewing somebody or you're having a focus group with somebody, that goes very fast. But then it's the opposite for the analyses. All right? Analyses take a bit long for qualitative, but much faster with quantitative because of the software that's available. So I think you all are capable. You all are really capable. I don't know if the third years are here, but of really doing qualitative research as well. From what I've seen today, I think you all are really capable, and you will get the support that you'll need from the staff. Okay? I see the maybes. All right. Just some pointers, things that I want to mention. I do know when anxiety kicks in, you just speak so fast and you run through your presentation. Don't focus too much about speaking eloquently. Okay? If we as examiners sitting there, we're interested in your simplicity in what comes through. We want you to explain your research in the simplest and shortest term possible and shortest way possible. So don't, I know you have a speech here, all right, so try your best not to read from the speech. I do know when nerves kick in, everything you memorize gets lost, so you have your notes here, and then you don't realize that you've just read so much before you pick your head up. That happens, all right? So just be relaxed, and you don't need to read so much, but just speak to us, okay? Let's see, there's just a few things about the studies. Okay, we said acronyms, right? Acronyms, it's important to just let the audience and your adjudicators also know what the acronyms are if you're using acronyms throughout your study. And a gap in your study, something important to remember is not every gap is a problem. All right? When you look for a gap and you say, okay, this wasn't done in South Africa, or not done in Africa, we're not a different species here. All right? Only if there are some clinical relevance to the fact that it has to be something different in Africa than what's done somewhere else. Okay, then we say, right, this is a significant gap that needs to be explored, and we need to fill in that gap, all right? But if it's a study that's done on a general population in another part of the world where there isn't any normative data there that came out, depending on the study, or the specific study, then is it really a gap, or is the gap really a problem, all right? Only if there are consequences to a gap not being filled, then it's a problem. If there are no consequences, it's not a problem. All right? You get that? You understand that part? Okay, so I'm quite happy today to announce the positions. Okay? You're looking forward to that. All right. Waiting for Dr. Nagi to be quiet and get to the important part. All right, there isn't a third position because our second position is tied. All right. In second place, this is for the oral presentation. Okay, in second place, we have Group 8 and Group 6, which is investigating the association between keratoconus and inflammatory mediators in tears, as well as, thank you. Tied with undergraduate students, optometry students, knowledge, attitude, and practices related to sustainable healthcare. And the winner for the oral presentation for today is the effect of the menstrual cycle on central corneal thickness. Okay, I do want to congratulate all groups. All right, you've done a great job. You made our work a little bit difficult to judge, but I really want to wish you all the best in your exams moving forward. As I depart. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I too found that the caliber of the studies was excellent. I will announce the posters and chat to you about the posters in a moment. I have found that the topics, the 8 topics, were very interesting. There was a very wide variety of topics. They weren't all just about the same thing. And the results of your studies I found very interesting. some important results coming through, some unexpected results coming through. I thought that was all very, very interesting. Okay. Now, the challenge with the poster is that you have a little bit of real estate and you've got a lot of results and information that you want to put on it, okay? And it's a visual representation of what you've done. So it's very tempting to put everything on it, okay? And the key with a poster is less is more. You really want to just take the key points and make them stand out, okay? When there's paragraphs and paragraphs of writing, very, very difficult for somebody to read it, okay? And there were some fantastic examples of how to make research visible in amongst all the posters that we were examining, okay? So look at your friends' posters and sort of look at it from that perspective and see where the good points and the easy to read and easy to understand sections are and what's maybe a little bit more challenging to read, okay? So with that, some of them were busy in sections, and you kind of want to break it down into points, and there's nothing wrong, and I saw it quite a few times, with making bold sections or results or keywords that you want to jump out at the reader, okay? Font size, always a little bit of a challenge, okay? Especially on graphs. I know we're working with software that puts the headings and so on the graph, but one has to then go in and try and make it bigger so that people can see the font size from a bit of a distance. Okay, color, beautiful use of color, but don't use it for the sake of using it. Use it so that it is bringing a message across. Dr. Naika has already spoken about acronyms. You don't want it looking like alphabet soup. Your reader needs to understand it. And fortunately, there is the opportunity to stand next to your poster and explain a few things about what your results are. So although it's a visual representation, and there will be times where your poster's on its own and it has to speak for you, but a lot of the time you will have that opportunity to at least explain to people looking at your poster what it's all about. Okay. But I want to congratulate you all. If I get to the result, if I look here, there's very little difference between each of the groups. Very little difference, okay? In fact, I think the top three, there's about a half a mark between each group. So it's close, very, very close. Okay, but you've listened to me enough. So in third place, I have group 5, screen time and refractive error, a longitudinal evaluation. In second place is group 8, investigating the You know who you are. Investigating the association between keratoconus and inflammatory mediators in tears. And then, in first place, group 4, the effect of the menstrual cycle on the central corneal. Very well done.
Good afternoon, everyone. as we draw to the close of this very successful research day, it is my privilege to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the UKZN discipline of optometry. And my vote of thanks will first and foremost start with the students for all the great presentations that you delivered today. It was very difficult, sleepless nights, but oh boy, you guys delivered. The quality was just unmatched. Let's give them a round of applause. To our external examiners, starting with Dr. Naika, our former students at UKZN, I'm sure we're all proud to be associated with you somehow. So and Dr. Evans from the University of Johannesburg, we truly thank you for all the effort coming all the way. Unfortunately, Durban was not welcoming today, but you know Durban is always warm and nice, so I'm sure next time you come back, you'll find a much more welcoming Durban. Your presence has really enriched this process. We thank you very much. A round of applause for them. We also would like to extend a very special thank you to our Dean, Prof. Mashige. Sometimes I say Mashige, but I'm always corrected that is Mashike. So Prof. Mashige, your stewardship goes a long way in actually delivering the quality work that you see today. Thank you, Prof. A round of applause for him. We would also like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to our academic leader, Dr. Khan. Thank you very much for opening the day for us, setting up the scene, going shopping with us and doing all these other things, and then for your continued leadership. We really thank you so much. A round of applause for it, please. Today was also very special in that we had optoms from various DCTP sites with us, and it really just tells you this partnership that we have with the Department of Health is going from strength to strength. And also those colleagues who were watching the proceedings on the YouTube channel, we thank you guys for coming, and really it just showcases this partnership that we have with the department. A round of applause for them, please. This day would not have been a success that it was without our undergraduate research coordinators, Dr. Buthelezi and Prof. Motley. Thank you for guiding us. The endless messages, urging people to actually, stick to guidelines, to timelines and stuff, and just ensuring that this journey is a meaningful one. I'm sure students have really learned a lot, and it's going to stay with them for the rest of their careers. Can we give them a round of applause? This day at this university is never complete or a success without Mr. Govender. He has put all of this together. And for some reason, year in and year out, he always throws the loudest and a round of applause. For some reason, I don't know why, but I think it's also we realize, and all of us know, the hard work that he puts into this. Thank you very much, Mr. Govender. We also would like to thank the other colleagues, staff members, and the mentors who supported students, supervisors, including our very own timekeeper. I know he's gone to the clinic, Mr. Bagari, for making sure that people stick to time. We thank you very much for to all the supervisors who assisted students. And lastly but not least, we would also want to appreciate the service providers, the caterers. I'm sure colleagues, you agree with me that food was very nice. So for actually giving us the food that they gave us, colleagues on the audiovisual, making sure that we capture the moment. And I had to thank them, or otherwise they will crop me out, and then I wouldn't be in this. So, and so we thank you very much, our ADO, Gugu, and everybody who has made this day a success. Thank you very much, colleagues. This is basically it. These 4 minutes, I came to tell you one thing, that thank you all. Okay, my next task now is to give out certificates to the, by the way, we will be giving out certificates to a few, but I'm sure all of you will agree with me that you are all winners today. Whether you got number 1, number 2, or you were not called in, but you are all winners. It's the effort was just unmatched, Group 1, can you please come to the fore for your certificate? Group 1. Okay, the first one will be John Subrailo. Mula Aziza. Lerato Nkosi. Makeba Samkelo. Shongwane Tobisi. Group 2. Supervisor, please. She's not here. Okay, from group 2, Kowa Pindile. Khan Perez. Mavuso Samkelisiwe. Vauda Sumaya. Zibane Nokbonga. Supervisor, you here? Group 3. Group 3, come stand this side, please. Come, group 3. Zoe. Matenjwa Tobeka. Mchatu Dela. Mlojwa Zibuyisile. Pesach. Group 4. Come, guys. Kaula first. Come. Kaula Anele. Makanya Andile. Mola Kwena. Christina. Mudli Sanjana. Mkhwanazi Ntobeko. Valley Riser. Group 5. Come, guys. Ngwane Vugile. Shabalala Nokwanda. Gavenda Taisha. Mchunu Mfundisetle. Naidu Tasia. Group 6. Lamuka Bongwe. Dludla Simpiwe. Gavenda Ravishka. Ntanzi Geziwe. Pillay Navid. Zulu Minentle. Group 7. Muladi Sandra. Ndlovu Yolanda. Sibiya Qiniso. Soka Zimvo. Yase Masonwabe. Bobet Nabila. Group 8. Okay. Yeah. Avishka. Akil. Nkosi Bongumenzi. Sibiya Asanda. Zuma Nqobile. April Moiponi.
You still going to do this as well? Yeah. Okay. So 2 very important mentions that we forgot. Ms. Lokanya Gumete, she's not here, but we'd really like to say thank you to her as well for all the work that she's done in the background. A lot of what has been set up today was in her hands, so thank you very much. And to Mr. Lunga Mamela as well, who is UKZN PR, we also thank you for all the work that you've done for us today. And then lastly, on the behalf of the staff at UKZN Optometry, we'd like to thank both of you, Dr. Tanya Evans and Dr. Naika, for all the work that you've done today. We really appreciate everything that you've done. You've added so much value to our day. And just as a token of our appreciation, we have these gifts over here. You can come up.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much. It's been an eventful day. I think everyone's quite tired. But before we leave, I can't leave without talking about one thing that's really impacted our department or our discipline. We were extremely lucky for us to be able to get a donation from the South African Muslim Charitable Trust. I think you guys have all seen the evidence of this in our parking lot, in Prof. Mashige's parking, our mobile eye clinic. And I think we have to make mention of the fact that they've came through, they listened to our plea, and we're now going to try and change or improve the lives of people in KZN, because we're going to embed the use of this within our clinical program, as well as it's going to assist our students, because it's now going to assist as you are training. So you are now taking eye care to the people. So I had to make mention of this. It costs 2.1 million rand. They trust us. They trust the discipline of optometry. And I think to hear something like that is such a testament to what we're doing. People are looking at us and they're taking notice, and now they trust us. So thank you very much to SAMCT. I'm very proud to see this come through, and I'm very hopeful for the future, and I'd like to see how we implement it. And let's go out there and do our best with whatever we have, wherever we are. Thank you very much, UKZN Optometry. Goodbye, travel safe.
One more notice before you go is that your manuscripts are going to be due on the 10th of October, so that is the next week, Friday. So you guys can take the weekend to rest and enjoy. Goodbye. Thank you.